Hey, what's up, everyone? How's your Saturday going? We're just getting started here. Going to be going over some games from the classical tournament. You don't know what that is? You can still sign up for it if you want to play some classical chess. You can find the info in the Google link there. Yeah, what's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? Be better if I didn't miss pins. Yeah, you gotta look for those pins. Interesting. Cool. Okay, got a game from Falk here to start off with. Falk, are you still in the chat, I hope? Hey Steve, yeah, if you have a live game, actually put it in the Discord. Dojo Classic. There is a channel down bottom, down below. Dojo Classical in the tournaments folder group. There's in Discord, there's a welcome section, a general section, chess, subs, and then tournaments. Cool live game. Let's check it out. Wait, not sure if that worked. Ah, nice. Steve North still playing. Okay, good luck, Steve. Focus on the game, please. Focus on the game. Cool. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Hey, Paul. So far we have um not that many, just like looks like three or four. I got a game from Falk, from Bream's Chess, and Soroka. So I think you would be number four. But first let's just quickly see what's happening with Steve's game here. Wait, was there just some big change? What happened? Hold on. Oh, queens were just exchanged. I see. I see. Okay, let's actually just take a look from the beginning. I'm sure we're all curious how we got here. That's cool, buddy. Cool. Some move game. Why don't you post it in the Discord in the games channel? E5. We got hit with the pin. Unfortunate. But I think Steve fought back. Oh, rook c3, counter blunder. And queen f2. But this is with check. Oops. Now it looks like white has good game. Oh, cool, cool. Am I gonna do game recap videos? You mean like for Vegas, Ali? I think so. I'm hoping, yeah, I mean, I can't imagine you guys are gonna let me play Vegas and then like not show my games. So yeah, I think I'll be showing the games. Uh, Samuel, what's your Discord username? Can you post in one of the channels and just tag me, and then I'll be able to find you. Yeah, you can post in like, oh, you posted in questions. Oh, okay, yeah. If you tag me already, then I'll go and look at it. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind on the notifications, but yeah, I should see it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah, we have a few in the queue, few in the tank. Okay, so Steve should be winning this one. I have faith in Steve. I mean, he's got the extra exchange. He's activating his rook with rook a3, so like he knows what to do. Um, yeah, hard to find hope for black here because as soon as this knight moves, white can even give check and just trade off black's rook and really make it easy. Yeah, so yeah, looking good for Steve. Okay. Um, well, let's get to Falk's game. Yeah, this was kind of a dragon. Yeah, yeah, black played dragon approach. I guess you could say Dragadorf in this one. Um, yeah. And then I actually like what Steve did, just bishop h6, just like trading off these bishops. But then he unfortunately walked into this one. And it should have already been bad for white here. I don't think there's a defense. e5 is just coming. At least I don't see one. Maybe we can look for a second, but because queen e3 just e5 anyway. Knight f5, black just takes it. Uh, so it looks lost, right? Yeah, let me confirm. Yeah, yeah, this is not good. So it's kind of surprising castles is a blunder, but it is actually. So what white should have done, I guess, is either retreat the knight somewhere or prepare with knight e2 or castle queenside, which I think is not that dangerous here, even though black has like open c-file. Ultimately, black's king is still in the center, right? So it's like not that easy for black, I think, in this kind of position, even though it does look solid, but I do think white is better here. Although the question is whether to allow this like rook takes c3 sec. Like if I'm black in this position and my opponent played king b1, I would strongly consider just taking and just playing this position. Just like, okay, now you got these pawns in front of your king, good luck. Have fun dealing with this, right? Like that's how you kind of make it uncomfortable for white. So from white's point of view, maybe I would play a move like this or knight c2 to kind of avoid that. Maybe this one. Not sure. Knight d5 might be interesting too. Anyway. Oh well. I would say it actually is better to castle kingside here. Just from a strategic point of view, like black has very serious issues. So if we could castle kingside and get away with it, and there wasn't this like queen b6 tactic, which unfortunately is really strong, then I think we actually would want to castle kingside, just tuck our king away on h1, just go like rook e1, f4, and just play like normal chess, just like in the center, right? because Black's king just is just going to sit here, or Black is going to go queenside, which is also completely open. White just sacks on b5 and like opens everything up immediately. So yeah, very interesting position. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's see what happened here. Rook a7. I'm not sure I really get this move. I think we could have just taken here, and then if knight c5, we have just mate in one. Maybe Steve was afraid of the fork. I don't know, but it goes here. Takes. Okay, now h3 fixes the back rank, and now should convert this one. But yeah, we'll still take some moves. Yeah. Okay, Falk, I have your game here, and when did you play this one? Actually, can you let us know real quick? And yeah, any particular questions about the game? Let me know. Let's flip. Okay, finally we castle. Knight d5. Oh, that doesn't look right. Oh, cool. Just played it earlier today. Nice, nice. Yeah, yeah. Give us your question. I'm just gonna play through the game. So we got the piece, and hopefully we were able to convert smoothly. Ooh. Okay, fine. Like wow. What a move. Okay, now bishop is on c5. That looks really, really comfortable. Yeah, Wrath of Gods. Yeah, yeah. Feel free to submit the game. Okay, unfortunately we have a checkmate here. Otherwise, White was about to checkmate us. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so what point, Falk, exactly? Yeah, like was there a specific moment, is there a specific moment you're asking about or just in general? Oh, move 11. Okay. Yeah, Wrath of Gods, you can submit via Discord. Or if you don't have Discord, you can just whisper via Twitch. Um, okay, so this moment. Yeah, I mean, super sharp moment. You just played f6 and White goes f3. Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, really big decision here as to what to do. And I would say pretty complicated one. Um, Falk, do you want to just jump on like maybe a voice call real quick? You can just kind of explain what you were calculating. Maybe it would be easier than having to type everything out because it would be useful just to kind of get a sense of your calculations here. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just send you a call on Discord and you just join when you're ready. Hey,
Okay.
hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, it works for me. Hi.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. How's it going?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. Okay, cool. Hopefully, chat, you can hear Falk as well. Pretty sure you can. Um, Great. Yeah, actually, I figure this will just be easier. Oh, if you're in live chess, I can
I think
send you an
I
invite.
still should be. Just join again.
Cool.
Yeah, it should work now.
Yeah, one sec. Let me get the link for you here. I'll send you the link in Discord as well.
Okay, so if I make a move, do you see it?
Okay, sweet. Not yet. But now that you're a
Okay.
student, yeah, should be able to. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, take us through what you were thinking here.
So I just made a move. Do you see it now? Or
Yeah.
okay, nice. Um, what I unfortunately missed was that I can show you. So if I take here and he takes, when I was calculating, I missed that my bishop is not hanging. Like I missed that the pawn is covering that e takes f5 as possible. I missed that he can take.
hmm
But so I kind of stopped calculating here and I thought, oh, it's probably worse because he can take my bishop. And then I have to take here. And then I was like, uh, it's not like looking well now. Now it's not working, but I thought maybe he's better off, like if he just goes back here. But it's of course a mistake because I can take the rook, but yeah, I didn't like this, so I kind of
Sure.
stopped calculating here.
hmm
And the other line was, uh, so I went through all the captures. So I guess if he takes here first, then I think I was going to play knight takes, and if he takes, then I take, and then I was looking at queen c2, and okay, what did and then I wanted to take here. My calculations probably not the best move, but
hmm
it's a take back. And what did I want to play here? I think I was just going to take on f5. Then I thought I was okay, probably. Like that's why I went for the line. Um, this is what I was kind of expecting him to do because I thought it was like the best thing I could do.
hmm
And I was like, oh yeah, I'm probably okay here since I'm up a pawn. And if he takes, I can adjust castle, I think. I mean, it's different now because I can see that he can take, but it was what I was thinking in the game.
Right, right.
And so my question would be like, when I calculated this, it's like very like singular. Like I don't look at like I don't know moves that don't seem too obvious to me, and at some point it gets like too difficult for me to calculate, and
Yeah.
it gets very fuzzy.
hmm
So my question would kind of be, at what point do I like trust my instinct, so to speak, and at what point do I go for like I don't know the four move variation that I know is okay instead of the one that's like 10, which I think is better.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
that makes
it's
sense.
definitely no, it's like really classic question of yeah, like how much risk should you take on in a position?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's usually just like a really tough decision, but I don't know, maybe we can find something interesting just by like exploring these lines a bit. So let's see here. So we played f6, and okay, I'm assuming you were mainly expecting just knight takes d7.
I can't see the moves if you make any right now.
Oh, really? It's not following? Knight d7, queen d7?
No, at least not for me. Like it's a bit grayed out the board. That helps. I don't know.
Oh, weird.
Maybe
You
you have to reload. Reload maybe.
might have to click the you might have to refresh or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, let me refresh.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Okay, yeah, now I see you made knight takes d7, queen takes d7.
Yeah, so I guess you were probably expecting this, and maybe then f3.
Yeah, that was also line. And then I was like, I just go back to d6, and he takes on f5, I take on f5, and I thought that's probably okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think any position like this, you're pretty much fine. Like your center is super solid. White's bishop on b2 isn't that great, and so yeah, you've got to be, I think, at least okay there. So white plays f3, and I guess so. You're saying here you're mainly choosing between knight e5 and fe.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, we can see why fe would be, let's say, it feels a little bit more critical because it's like, okay, you're just trying to grab as much material as you can. And then FE, DE. So yeah, missing this one is a little bit unusual. It's not like the most common thing to hallucinate. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Normally we like forget that the bishop, like the pawn moves, and then we don't realize like, bishop is hanging here. It's like, so something went wrong for you in the visualization. I'm not sure what, but I guess it was a little bit fuzzy. So I think it might be useful to think about, like, when you try to calculate deep, keep in mind like you might be missing something on like move 2 or 3 of the calculation, and so the chances of you missing something deeper like really increase exponentially.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think what a lot of strong players do, and what I would try to do in this kind of position, is actually just calculate very slowly and make sure that you're not missing candidate moves. So for example, I guess my thought process would be like, let's say fe5, white takes the knight, and then you're thinking to take back with the pawn, which I think is like, yeah, let's say the most ambitious move, right? Just taking more material, hitting white's bishop. And then I would really try to pause there to see like if there are any moves. Because actually, yeah, when I was looking at the position for the first time, I was thinking, oh, maybe there's some rook takes f5, ef, and queen h5 check, to be worried about. But then I saw actually just g6, and everything there is defended. So I guess, yeah, you try to actually, without going too deep if you don't have to, I think it's actually useful to try to just look for as many options like along the way as possible, because if your opponent does have some like crazy g4 move or some strong like in between move or some forcing move, like it's kind of easier for them to find it. Let's say you did take, he took, and you take here, and now he has some combination or some trick. Yeah, he can just try to find it at this point, and if he has something, then it's much easier for white to find it, like some rook f5 or g4, what have you. But
is there also maybe like, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say from afar, it's like it's really easy to miss something unless you're like really hyper focused and really checking like all the options here. So I would be very careful about entering this position rather than, let's say, trying to go super deep. So let's say, for example, I thought rook takes f5 and I didn't see like we can take back, and we were thinking about this line. I would already just feel very turned off by this because I just feel like it's deep, the position's messy, I'm still not castled, my pawns are weak. Like very easy to miss something here and all of a sudden just end up with a bad position. But go ahead. What are you saying?
So maybe one more question on like how is there like a way to avoid like making those mistakes, like with like the pawn covering my bishop and so on? Because in the game, I mean, I spent like 10-15 minutes on this move, I think. And I mean, I always went back again, but in those 10 minutes, it never occurred to me that the pawn is covering my bishop, even though I even got like up from my like I like the board set up on a table, and I got up and I got a coffee, and I thought about the position, and when I came back, it still didn't occur to me,
Huh.
even when I tried to get a fresh look. So like I guess it's just a mistake, but maybe there's like some kind of trick or tip you could give me that I could use in a situation like this to get like to avoid having such mistakes. Like
Yeah, so I would say for the visualization, one thing that helps me, especially in very complicated positions, again, is to take it very slow. And especially
mhm,
if I feel like I might be missing something or like I miscalculated something, what I do is I go move by move and I kind of just like very mechanically. So I just go like, okay, FE. So the pawn is on E5, and that means like this bishop is attacking this square, right? So I'm like very hyper aware of all the changes that happen after the move that I'm
okay,
visualizing, right? Then I think, okay, white goes FE4, rook is now open on all these squares. I go DE4, and then I make sure in my mind, like, okay, D5 is now empty square. And then I know exactly, like, oh, wait, I have pawns on E6, E5, E4. So you kind of just go, like, step by step. You try to, like, really
yeah.
pay attention to maybe, like, details. And I guess you really make sure that you're seeing the right position. I don't know if I can explain it exactly correctly, but
No,
in
it
my mind, it's
makes
like,
sense.
I guess, I guess I always have a sense of how foggy the position is.
Hmm.
So, like right now, the position we're seeing in front of us, I can see it, okay, 100% clearly. Then after like FE5, I would say that's like 99% for me, not as
Yeah.
100% as seeing it, but like 99%. And then I kind of have like a sense of how well I'm visualizing the position. And as soon as that value, let's say, drops below like 95%, I'm like suddenly unsure. Then I'm like, hold on, slow down, go back, recalculate. Like, if you're not visualizing the position, let's say as close to 100% as possible, it's like really likely that you will miss something or you won't calculate
Okay.
properly. You might like miss a move.
Yeah. That sounds good. And how much time would you like spend on a move like this? Like,
Here, I would
I
just
mean,
spend until I'm like unsure of my decision. Yeah, because it's like so sharp, lots of stuff hanging, and yeah, you could easily end up with some kind of you can easily clarify the position in a couple moves. As does happen. Like we have this here, and then well, no, actually, position stayed extremely sharp, but actually, I should ask. So in this line, how how deep were you looking at this one?
um, okay, so I definitely got until castles in the other line, and okay, so I think I was looking at E6 here. I don't know why, but
It's a
um,
move, sure.
yeah, I looked at E6, I think, and I don't think I looked at knight C3. I thought it was a bad move because it looks so counterintuitive to me, like it blocks his bishop that's like attacking.
Hmm.
So I didn't really consider it. I think I was looking at this mainly, like
Hmm.
C takes D. Then I believe I looked at this, and then I think I kind of stopped, but then I like tried to evaluate here,
Hmm.
like come up with ideas what to do. Like I wanted to castle and stuff like that. Yeah, but yeah, that was like I think how far I mainly got, but I kind of stopped around here somewhere.
I see. But let's look at this position. I mean, it feels like it's certainly not over. Like white can take on
Oh no, for
f6,
sure
maybe
not.
go queen takes d5. So yeah, like in a game, I would be very nervous about walking into this, not really knowing,
Mhm.
yeah, like if I'm in a castle in time.
I think
Um,
when oh yeah
yeah,
so when
yeah,
I
go ahead.
played well, let me look up what move that is. Move 11 when I played knight takes e5, I was kind of feeling I thought it was a strong move because it looked kind of tricky, and I think maybe a mistake I did. I got like stuck in this one line. I calculated very deeply, and I thought, oh, it's good for me. And I think a mistake I kind of did was to think the moves my opponent made were more forced than they actually were. That makes sense. Like, so for example, if we got like if it's like this line again, like when I calculated this, I was like, oh yeah, it's good for me, and it felt reasonable to get to this position. if that makes sense. Like I thought it was partially forced to get here. Maybe that's like another error I did. Like I felt too confident, and
Yeah, because definitely not, right? Because if this
yeah,
position looks good for you, then good
yeah,
chances your opponent is thinking the same way. So
yeah, true.
they would rather, well, like your opponent is saying in the chat, they played f3 to muddy the water, so they're gonna try whatever they can. Yeah, this definitely feels like kind of a case of like, have you heard the phrase "long line, wrong line"?
I don't know.
I think it's a quote by Bronstein. And it's not
Okay.
that he was against calculating long lines. It's just that usually when you calculate a long variation, you're probably going to miss some option along the way. That might be better,
Mhm.
right? And then it's like you're kind of wasting some time calculating this deep line, like
Yeah, for sure.
knight c4. Because here, for example, I was actually thinking like, well, maybe white goes like queen h5 check, like could be
Yeah,
dangerous, and
and
move your
I mean,
king
I
and then
just
go back queen e2. Yeah.
like even here, I just missed queen h5. Like it never occurred to me in the calculation, right?
Yeah. And so that's, I think, two things going on there. So number one, like, should it occur to you? I think yeah, because like if we just set up this position right now after knight takes b2, and I asked you for like Canada moves, of course you would say queen h5 check. That would
Yeah, it's
maybe
like
be
the
your
first move that comes to
first
mind.
move, right? Exactly. So that means like in the game you're not like fully visualizing because again it's like when you do see the position, you see queen h5 check immediately. So theoretically, if you're visualizing the position, let's say 98%, 95%, then you should also see queen h5 check.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, something to think about. And that means that like, right, going deeper, you're not fully kind of seeing the position. So right, you're just kind of calculating one line out of several that could happen. So yeah, that does feel like you're kind of going a little bit too deep when there could be just multiple options along the way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. I know what you mean.
So actually, let me ask you this: did you consider just going back here, knight d6?
Mhm. Yeah, I think. I mean, I looked at all the move orders. I think here at first, like all the captures, and then I think I did look at knight d6. I can't guarantee it anymore, but I'm pretty sure I did.
Mm-hmm.
So after takes, I think I always take this way. Maybe not, but
Sure. Let's just say knight takes. Yeah.
yeah, takes, and then I guess he goes back to. I can take on d7.
Yeah. White has some options to either take or go back knight d3. But essentially, if white took here, we would kind of get this position that you were okay with earlier. Like, because white could have taken as soon as you played f6, and then on f3, guessing you have to go knight d6 here.
Yeah.
So essentially, like, yeah, you could kind of get this position, which to me feels like a very simple position for black and like really solid. Because okay, you have a tempo on e3, so you can castle. You have like slightly better bishop. Again, good center control. Knight, I think, is really well placed here, so everything is fine. So yeah, this is definitely, for me, this would be a decision like, okay, do I want to go for like the sharp tactics, or do I want to just play like solid knight d6 and just keep solid position? I think that's kind of what the decision maybe boils down to.
I think I was also. I mean, in the game I felt like I should go for like some kind of tricky tactical stuff rather than like make it too easy to like get an advantage. Is what I was thinking, but maybe but yeah, I mean it looks nicer to just go back with the knight and like
Yeah,
this
I think
position is
you're
just
really
really nice. Yeah,
super solid here, exactly, and
yeah,
it's kind of what we wanted. And maybe white. No, white doesn't have time because you're threatening this one. So yeah, I think white kind of has to take this one and then maybe like queen d3 or something. And um, yeah, I think for, you're playing the Slav, like this is
Hmm.
almost exactly the type of position I think we're looking for. So I guess, yeah, the only, like, I wouldn't go for this only if FE, um, because this one
Doesn't
definitely
work.
feels like
Yeah.
the most ambitious one. So yeah, if I was sure that this isn't good or like white has something, although optically this looks very nice because I don't see what I think,
Yeah,
like
true.
if white just has to go back and castle, like it just looks great. Like something like this, and knight comes into d3, just looks beautiful. Um, but if that's not working, then yeah, knight d6 feels like a safe option. The one we ended up going with, takes here. This feels like the least stable of the bunch because it's like, yeah, in this position feels like white has a lot of options and we're not castled yet.
Hmm.
And yeah, here it feels like the calculation is not over. So I would be really nervous walking into this one because now it feels like, yeah, white has a bunch of moves like taking, b4, taking, and then knight c3, and like, yeah, so on. Queen c2, just going after the f5 pawn. So maybe not a very practical decision to go into this.
I was also really nervous going into it. Like I wasn't certain.
Right.
So I definitely agree.
Yeah, and then that's often just recipe for disaster. It might work out
Yeah.
well. It might work out
Yeah.
fine. But yeah, it can be very dangerous. Um, yeah, your opponent mentioned he didn't like knight c3, which yeah, I understand because it lets you take on c4 and isolate white's pawns. I'm sure there were interesting moments as well. I'm really curious why you didn't just castle here and just like just
Yes.
relax.
So okay, the first move I looked at was like f takes e,
Hmm.
and for some reason I didn't like it because I thought it takes me another move to get my bishop here, and so maybe a mistake I made here. I played this, and I thought, well, it felt kind of forced to me that he had to take, or not forced, but if he takes, I thought it's just good for me because I get my bishop here in one move, and I I give back a pawn, but this probably wins like a piece. I thought
Uh-huh.
so.
But it doesn't actually win a piece, right?
I think it does with. Yeah, I think it. We looked at it after the game, and it does win a piece because if he goes here, I have queen, which I missed in the game. Queen b6 is good here.
Okay. You have to play queen b6. I see.
I mean,
I th-
I missed it in the game, right?
gotcha.
But yeah, it's really good here.
So that means maybe white should have played queen
Queen
c2 or
e2
something?
or c. I think e2 was move here. Oh
Mm-hmm.
no, c2 was move. I think
Mm-hmm.
because now if I take, queen takes, and then I'm not sure queen b6 is good here again. I don't think so. Probably not.
Well, here it's um
Maybe just castle
I
now.
mean, I think you're doing really well. Yeah,
Yeah,
but maybe not winning yet. But for sure you're better in every
yeah.
position. Actually FE is an interesting line. I didn't realize we can just take a pawn at first. So yeah, for me, castles just feels like the super safe move. And then okay,
Hmm.
yeah, if white takes, you got your bishop, you got your structure, everything is
Yeah.
at least okay. But this one, this kind of feels just like a clear pawn, unless white just has some immediate
Oh yeah, it is.
annoyance.
I think it is a clear pawn. Like I like in the game I didn't see anything that was like uh, winning the pawn again. But yeah,
So what made you decide against this one?
honestly, I just thought knight d3 was a really nice move, and I just went for it.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
yeah, I know you're getting coached by David, so he's a maximalist.
there wasn't like super deep calculation involved here. I just looked at it and I thought like, oh yeah, it's a really good move, right? My knight is in a really nice spot, like it's controlling all the squares. And now the bishop is a dead piece, right? I can always take it if I want to. And I thought, well, if he takes on f6, and then it's just game over, I thought. but
Mhm.
maybe I was I was getting too far ahead of myself probably. But
Yeah,
I
because
yeah,
definitely not
yeah.
game over. And I don't know, it just looks like
I
I
just
guess
thought
I'm
knight
more of a,
d3 is such a nice move, and I just had to go for it.
yeah.
But it's not the best move for sure.
No, I hear you. I just think, you're still gonna get it here.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
But
I'm
but
just a
here,
practical player. I
yeah.
just think it's like, okay, now we have like extra pawn and all the advantages from before, and like,
Yes, so here I thought that it's annoying because now if you go like queen c2 or something, now I have to spend one more move here, and now I have to spend another move to push the pawn at some point. That's what I was thinking. I like, but it's probably not the right thought process, but now because the pawn is hanging,
yeah, it might not be accurate.
um,
Um,
but like in general, I didn't like that I had to spend like one tempo to go here, and then another to move to open the line again.
mhm.
That's what I was thinking. Which, yeah, it's probably not. I mean, I checked it with the computer after the game. It's not like, it says f takes e5 is like the best move. But yeah, I just thought I just got how to say, like, too stuck with my own idea
Mhm.
that I didn't really consider the alternatives correctly.
Yeah, it could be, could be. Yeah, because looking at it now, it just seems like okay, castles is a simple solution, but maybe queen d3 is kind of a nice solution for you
Yeah, true.
because either white takes and yeah, you get your knight in, or they go like rook c1, but then that's very passive. Um, then okay, only move actually I was a little worried about here, queen f2, but I'm pretty sure you can just take this one, and now it's two pawns, and yeah, now it just everything is coming back. So I mean, I don't know. I think maybe it's a matter of style because this move in many cases could well be stronger.
Mhm.
But if the visualization isn't like 100% accurate, then yeah, you are kind of throwing away a simple advantage. Because here it's like, okay, you know you're better, and it's not like you have to find series of only moves to prove it. You're just
Yeah,
better
true.
after like any natural move. So yeah, especially if you're like approaching, I don't know, time trouble or something, then this would be the way to go. But I don't think that was really an issue
Oh no,
here.
I still had like 15 minutes on the clock or so.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit less, but yeah.
So right, yeah, maybe playing just a little bit too ambitiously, I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Um, I was also just thinking here earlier, let's say, um, so number one, let me just mention this knight on e5. I actually think you can definitely take it when white is forced to recapture with the d pawn,
Hmm.
because then you always get the c5 square for your other knight. And here with your bishop outside the pawn chain, I think you're very, very solid here. So this was actually,
Hmm.
I feel like, worth considering. And then on bishop d3, I don't know, my feeling on these positions is that, like, okay, your light square bishop is still kind of your bad bishop. So the simplest thing, I think, is just to trade it off. And then if queen d3 again, I would probably do something like this. And I would imagine that you're absolutely fine in this position with the knight coming to c5. Um, just something to think about from a structural point of view. Just
No, no, it makes sense.
yeah, or actually knight e4 maybe is even better in this case because
So what I was
it's a
kind
little bit
of
more active. Yeah.
maybe annoyed by, which is probably not ideal, but I was always scared of like f4, like reinforcing. And I thought,
Hmm.
I mean, it doesn't work here, but I thought this is probably okay for him. Like if he castles, and but maybe it's not.
Usually it's like kind of okay for white, but
Yeah.
my feeling is with you've already traded off a couple of pieces. White has this like dark
Hmm.
squared bishop that in the long run can always be a problem piece, can get passive.
Okay.
And so, yeah, this structure with the d pawn going e5, I think not as dangerous here. Like white can go f4 and even f5, but it's yeah,
So
it's
if I go
often not
like knight,
dangerous. Hmm.
okay. So if I go like knight d7, where do I want my queen on like c7?
So
Or
either c7 or b6.
so say, should my goal be to put pressure on like e5 and go after the pawn, or like how do I create like not like what should my plan be in like a
Yeah,
position
yeah,
like
no,
this?
fair enough. I mean, I think the idea is to, let's say, start with knight c5 and then maybe queen b6,
Hmm.
and then one day putting the knight either on e4, or just, let's say, getting your f rook to d8, rook to c8, and I would imagine we're just playing in the center here. You can also play for f6, especially especially if white goes f4, then that makes f6 much more tempting.
Hmm.
Because then it's like white is kind of getting left with this e pawn. So let's say like castles, castles. I would say the first thing I would do is maybe knight c5 and knight e4, maybe queen b6. But yeah, you always have f6 in reserve to kind of chip away. It's basically just like a very nice French at this point, actually, because you traded off your bad bishop and your structure is still super, super solid.
Do I also want to play f6 even though he has like the bishop staring down at the king? Like,
Yeah, the idea would be to then like trade off the bishops and try to play against white's like e pawn.
mhm.
But it's not totally necessary. In the endgame, you can go
Wait,
f6 and
just
even gf. Yeah.
so if I go like here and guess if he takes a, you mean like this or
Yeah, I would take with
okay,
the pointy pieces. Exactly.
okay.
and then from here like e5 somewhere. So that would be
Mhm.
kind of the idea. You trade off your weakness and leave white with this pawn possibly. I mean there okay, some tactics to calculate. I don't know, cd5, rook is hanging. But yeah, I think this would be very playable for black.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of prefer black here. Like white's pawns look so loose, kind of. But
Yeah, it
yeah,
just feels like you're a little bit ahead. You have like
yeah.
94. Yeah. So yeah, that's my just very quick
Mhm.
take on these positions. Like trading off light square bishops usually good for you. So yeah, this
Oh,
move feels again very ambitious, like 94. Continue.
the thing is, like, I was looking at this and I thought um, we we um we analyzed it after the game and it doesn't really work.
Oh
And
wow.
I thought maybe
Mhm.
I have this, right? And I thought, oh, maybe that's like good if he. And it's probably not because he's so solid in the center, right? And
Yeah.
a lot
Right.
of pieces are going to a lot of pieces are being traded off.
Hmm.
But it's what I was kind of aiming for. But I didn't really properly visualize it when I played knight e4. But I was kind of hoping that he would go for f3. But yeah,
Oh, but so you
too
were
bad.
gonna go for this line.
I mean, uh, so when I played knight e4, I thought I would go for it,
Hmm.
but I'm not sure I would have done it after uh like after he plays f3. I will spend more time to analyze, right? And
Hmm.
then I would probably see that's not that good, hopefully.
Right.
but uh, but yeah, and then I probably won't go for it. But
Yeah.
my idea was to go for it when I played knight e4.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that feels right. Super ambitious and not super justified because it's not like White.
Hmm.
I mean, White really hasn't
And
done anything wrong here. I mean, maybe a3.
yeah,
I would say maybe kind of slow move, Stephen. Like I think you should find more active ways of dealing with. Although I think actually maybe knight e5. Oh well, actually from White's point of view, it is a very kind of it's a little bit of like a somewhat tepid setup, but yeah, still nothing too crazy. So it's not like black should just have like I would say you should be totally fine and maybe even
hmm,
slightly better, but I wouldn't say like oh black should be looking for like a knockout, some kind of
yeah,
mating attack or anything like that. I think that would be way too much. So yeah, maybe we kind of have to like reel it in a little bit because you are playing, let's say like solid opening. Usually Slav players they're just trying to like keep the structure solid, exchange off their bad pieces, keep their good pieces, and then long term create little bit of tension, a little bit of like counterplay against their opponent's structure.
Yeah. I mean, I have to admit I don't really know any Slav theory, really. It's just the only thing I play
Oh, you don't
against.
have
I
to.
mean,
Yeah, there's nothing to know.
it's like against c4, it's like the only thing I really play, like just c6 and d5. But yeah.
Yeah, it's super solid. I mean, all the pieces get out, and that's it. Yeah, no, I think it's yeah, very solid setup to have in your arsenal.
Um,
Yeah, go ahead.
so I was also always scared of c5 in my mind. Like, what I guess it doesn't. It's not that good here, but I was always worried he would like close down here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't work now because he can take the knight, but say he takes, and then c5. I was always worried he would like close position down. Is this like any good for white? Like in general to like.
Usually not. Usually b6 and a5 is a big problem.
Okay.
So if it's really early in the opening, then you can just kind of like create some pressure like this. Although I would say, okay, bishop b2, white is at least holding everything.
Yeah.
But this is usually fine for black. The other problem with c5 is that it makes your e5 break a lot
Oh yeah.
stronger. So let's say knight d7, queen d7, c5. So yeah, let's say you just continue like here, castles. Then I think the plan maybe would be just to play for this one. So like queen c7, knight d7, and you can go rook e8 if you need to, bishop f6, e5. And that's kind of the classic way of
And if he plays
black.
like f4, like how do I?
Yeah, sometimes white does this, right, just to be really get the full grip. And then you kind of have to hit him with everything. So you can play like f6, e5. You can go b6 here to like put more pressure. But yeah, that would be first instinct would definitely be f6 here if black can do it. And then yeah, just trying to play e5.
Yeah.
Maybe I mean already here I think you're ready to do it because well c5 is always hanging, but yeah, here we just have enough. You can bring in the rook as well. And then I mean for white it can actually be a bad thing that they played f4 because one day you're going to open up the e file and then there's going to be a lot of weaknesses there.
Is he like quick enough to go like here?
I don't think so. I think knight d2 we just go e5. But even if we gave white an extra tempo, like let's say, I don't know, we played some move, I think you can still go e5 in these positions when the c5 pawn is kind of hanging, because you'll usually have something like this. And then white ends up with like very scattered pawns, so normally this is, yeah, kind of good for black.
Yeah, I see.
So yeah, usually not too dangerous for white to shut everything down, unless they can really, really get like a big grip. Normally we're able to kind of bounce back. Even here, actually, I would say you don't have to play for this pawn break. You can honestly just switch and just play for the e4 square. Now that white has given this one away, and then just play f6. Now with the intention of e5, but just to control the e5 square. So something like this, you go f6, and then you have the outpost, and the opponent doesn't. So
can white like try to I don't know, maybe here, like instead of bringing the knight over, like just push the pawns maybe and go for something? Or is this?
Yeah, it's always something to at least think about. But right, usually it's very extending. So let's say like bishop e4.
Okay. I guess if you play g5, it's not doing anything.
Right, there you just go back. Yeah. But maybe knight d2 is kind of annoying. And let's say yeah, let's say you just played like h6 here. So if white doesn't take on e4 or doesn't play g5, you can just go back. But if they do play g5, then this feels like very kind of overextended for white.
Yeah, true. And the king is like wide open.
Yeah. So as long as this bishop kind of stays locked in on b2, hard to imagine you have a lot to be worried about here. But something to consider. I mean, g4 could certainly be an issue, maybe even worth for black to play h6 here, just to kind of make sure your bishop has a square.
Yeah.
Okay, well, some interesting moments. Hopefully that was
Yeah,
useful.
for sure. It was very helpful. Thanks a lot for the free lesson.
Absolutely, no
was
problem.
very helpful.
Yeah, I think it was helpful for people in chat as well. I think the structure stuff is always good. But okay, yeah, I'll catch you next time. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, bye.
See ya. Yeah, no, it was an interesting position. For sure. So Steve, yeah, we did see your game a little bit, and I saw your question. I did think your opponent's tactic with queen b6 was good. I didn't see a defense there for white with queen b6 and e5. So I was saying there, your position, Steve, was really good, but unfortunately, castles was like the one moment where castling kingside is bad. Maybe castling queenside there was better, or oh, you did it on purpose. See, I didn't realize that. I've been taught to assume the other way around. But but yeah, in that case, yeah, I don't think we got enough for the piece there. Oh man, how long is the queue? It's I think we have 5-6 games in at least. But yeah, let me quickly jump to the next one. So we got Brandon who submitted. Brandon, are you still in chat? And the next one here. Uh-oh. Hey, Michael Bondi with the redeem. Nice. Nice. Send me a message on Discord. We're a little bit backed up, but send me a message on Discord and I will I'll schedule it with you. Yeah, objectively, Steve, I would say, yeah, we didn't get enough here. Even if you can keep the king in the center, like, I think it wasn't quite enough for the piece. Hey, Thorsunder with the prime sub. Thanks so much. Okay, Breams. Looking for Breams. Is Breams still in the chat? It's up here. If not, I'll probably just go on to the next game. Okay, what about Soroka? Soroka in the chat. Soroka's here. Okay, cool. Hey, in the lowest level, we're just looking at classical games for this one. So if you because we're doing this like big classical tournament, so we want people to review their games. So if you have a classical game, please feel free to submit it. But yeah, I won't be looking at any other games for this one. Oh, there's Breams. Okay, Breams, you weren't there for a sec. Okay, let me jump to your game, and then we'll do Soroka. So Breams, did you have any specific questions on your game? Any specific moments you were wondering about? Okay, Bream says they miscalculated at some point. Let me check the move number. Yeah, let me know. Okay, so yeah, Soroka, we're gonna do Bream's games first because they sent it in earlier, and then I'll jump to your game. Okay, move 19. So let's go there. We have a Caro. Bishop f5, h4. Don't go e6. Good. e6, bishop gets trapped. And that's a problem. That's a problem, even though white has only moved pawns. See? Caro-Kann, all pawns. Okay, h5, bishop g5. Queen b6, and yeah, I'm pretty sure white has some really like sharp options here with bishop to d3, where white like sacrifices the b2 pawn and even the rook to play this move. This can get kind of like scary. Or maybe queen b3 first, actually. Not sure. No, maybe this one. Anyway, so white has a really sharp option here with bishop d3, but if white just plays like b3 and just defends the pawn, well, then black is going e6, and basically black is totally fine. So Yar, this is kind of more of a lesson for you. It's like you're playing this like sharp theory, right? h4 and bishop g5. But the idea of this sharp theory is to go all in with bishop d3. If you then just start playing like normal moves, you're not really kind of following up in the spirit of the line. So we have to be really careful with the opening choice here. And this especially happens against the Caro-Kann because people want to play like the most, let's say, ambitious or aggressive stuff. Then you really have to follow up ambitiously and aggressively. And if not, then black just gets like a perfect French. Bishop is now outside the pawn chain. Black gets c5, knight c6. It's just perfect French. Yeah, so we have to be very careful. Actually, I just did a video. It's going to be on our YouTube channel, hopefully in a little bit, but where I just analyze a game. But yeah, you have to be very careful. You know, if you study a sharp line at home, then yeah, you got to be ready to play it. You know, and so if we're not expecting the Caro-Kann, then yeah, maybe we got to figure out something different, right? Maybe playing something more, let's say, solid, like you can go for the exchange variation or the two knights. And I'm not saying don't go for the critical lines. I'm saying you got to commit to one direction or the other, right? I think the really dangerous thing to do is to go for the critical line, like h4 bishop g5. You're committing to like big fight here after queen b6, and then kind of like, you know, chickening out with b3 because now you're just kind of getting, you're giving the opponent best of all worlds because you're, well, basically giving them what they want, but right, not exactly getting a position that you're going to be comfortable with. Because now I would say black is already doing like really, really well, probably. Okay, so he goes and takes on d4. We get bishop e5 check, king f8, castles. Okay, grab second pawn. So now if black can hold on, should be good, but white, you know, king isn't castled, so this doesn't look super easy. Okay, e5, and I'm assuming white sacks. Yeah, of course. Okay, so definitely I think the right decision to sack, otherwise, well, okay, I mean, white is kind of forced into it anyway, but yeah, I think white needs to look for whatever chances they can find, and now takes here, takes the rook, and all of a sudden white is 100% back in the game, and maybe even winning now, right? Looks like white got extra exchange after all that. So you blunder, bishop takes g7 check. Oof. Yeah, that's, what can we say? That's a one mover. Although really that should have been calculated, you know, maybe here before we go e5, because we have to assume that if we're playing e5, white's not just going to back up the queen, let us take on f4 for free, right? White is gonna make it as hard as possible for us. And already this actually looks very, very scary because this is hanging and this one is hanging. So on queen e7, let's say you defend this one. If white wants, they can still take. and take here with check, and position is wide open. We have an extra piece, but our king is never going to be safe. So I don't know what's going on here. I would imagine probably not enough for white after something like knight e7. Just one pawn for the piece, and yeah, it doesn't feel like white's threats are super fast here. Black has some squares as well. Queen e7. No, rook e1. White's queen is hanging, so that's not possible. Oh, on queen e7. Sorry. On queen e7. Maybe rook e1. Maybe. I mean, we can take this one. I think you're okay here. Yeah, I mean, maybe white just goes all in, right? Just sacks the exchange as well, and just says, okay, now you play this position. You're up a rook, but white might have some threats here. Although I don't exactly see like what white is threatening, right? Like if we just take a look here, bishop takes, we're just taking. Queen c5 check, we block. So does white actually have a threat? Because if not, then, I mean, okay, you can make any move here. Bishop e4, knight f6, assuming that doesn't blunder into something. Yeah, seems like black should be okay here. But let's talk about the miscalculation, Brandon, because at what point did it happen? Are you saying here when you played queen c5, you didn't realize, yeah, white is taking with check? No, fair enough. Bishop d6, I think we can just take it in this line. Yeah, bishop doesn't have support. No, we still got the rook and the square. Sorry, buddy. So, Brandon, main thing I'm seeing in this game is just not spending a lot of time. Yeah, we kind of play this one much too quickly. Yeah. Oh, you gotta go. No worries. Well, look, main takeaway, you have to spend more time in these positions. Is like I'm looking at the timestamps, and yeah, you play these moves super fast. So it's not that you're like blundering tactically, it's that you're not spending enough time. That was the issue. But thanks for submitting the game. I will catch you next time. ER33, if you have any residual questions about the game, I'd be happy to answer them while we're here. Yeah, okay, there we go. After winning the rook, how should you looking to convert? Yeah, I mean, it feels like now after this one, white should be winning. So let's flip the board and let's see how we try to convert it. So yeah, I mean, my main thing I would be thinking, like, let's just trade pieces because you're up so much material here. You have the exchange and the pawn. Normally it's like you have the exchange and your opponent has a pawn for it, and that can be like very tricky. Here you have the extra pawn, so you're just like, yeah, this should be a win most of the time, like really high percentage. And just checking the clock situation, we still have 52 minutes, so yeah, plenty of time. So let's see. So f3 looks normal. Bishop d2, rook d1. Bishop drops back. King h2. f4. I'm not sure I get the idea of f4. I guess you didn't want to allow this check, but not sure that's such a huge problem. And maybe this job is better because I like your move f3 because it restricts black's light squared bishop and stops black from playing like bishop e4. Um, but then with f4 we give up a lot of squares. And immediately, yeah, black gets bishop e4. Okay, we go g3. I still think you're doing fine, but it doesn't feel like the game has gone in the right direction, right? Compared to a couple moves ago, it seems like white has the same activity, and all we've done is we've just pushed pawns in front of our king and created some weaknesses and targets for black's pieces. And now it feels like we're just very, very passive. Oh wow, here black goes for some tactics. Yeah, and all of a sudden we might just be losing, or at least giving it all back, right? Takes, bishop takes f4, and don't see what white does here. This one, black takes this one. Oh wait, bishop f2. Guess black takes here first, and then takes and gets all the material back. Yeah, so here it's like things have just gone really, really wrong, right? So I think we needed to play this one more actively. Maybe f3 is really just not necessary here. Yeah, so what should we do? So rook c7 feels supernatural, but then on bishop d6, be a little bit worried that the rook isn't getting caught. So we might just have to drop back. Not that this is the end of the world. Your rook can swing over on this third rank as well. But I don't really want to calculate like bishop c6, like these lines. I don't think this is really what white wants to do here. I think we just want to keep it simple and safe. So like rook d1, bishop d3, this makes sense. Bishop c3, just kind of challenging black's bishops. Bishop e2 looks like a very reasonable move, actually, just asking black, how are you going to defend this one? You know, if bishop g4, I think we're happy to trade. If bishop g6, maybe we can put the bishop here and just kind of put a little bit more pressure. Whoops. Whoops. Yeah. So, originally you wanted to go f3, g4. Right. But then I guess you realized rook g8, yeah, is a problem. I mean, it might still be okay for you, but yeah, why go into this? I mean, you do have g5 actually. g5 is kind of a killer. Yar. Maybe this is totally fine. So I actually think your idea is not bad. g4 and then if rook g8 is g5. Yeah, you kind of just shut everything down. Yeah. So king h2. Yeah, my feeling is, I don't know. It's like we're playing really passively. Like king h2, I'm assuming this is because you just don't like rook g8, but rook g8 doesn't really. Well, rook g8 is coming anyway, right? So you're not going to get g4 in, and then we played f4. So then what was the idea behind f4? Because I thought I was trying to play g4. Like if you want to go g4, then you can still bishop e2. Although at this point, I would say it's time to like start playing on the queen side, maybe a5, rook a1. Yeah, so why are we playing f4? But why do you need f4? That's what I don't get. We're trying to go rook c1. Well, I mean, if you want to challenge the bishop, so the problem with f4 is that you're opening it up for black's other pieces, especially the light square bishop. Now is just like super super annoying. And yeah, we just end up getting into like really like this is not what we want, right? When we have an extra exchange where we have to like defend, even if black doesn't have any like tactics here, like you don't want a position where you're just passively holding on to, because how are you going to make progress, right? You're like all your pieces are passive and defending. So if you want to challenge the bishop, maybe rook e1, bishop e3, challenge it with your own bishop. Or create more lines for your rooks with a pawn break. Like a5 feels like it makes a lot of sense to me. If takes rook a1, and your rooks can kind of come in this way. You can also take this pawn if you need to. I don't know, maybe there's like some bishop d2 here, but still we can challenge the bishop very easily. Yeah, so really I think just too many pawn moves, right? Because we got this winning endgame, and then we made one move with the rook, and everything else was like moving the pawn, moving the king, and moving the pawn. Like we're not using our extra material. Here, unfortunately, it would be really nice to go rook c7, but yeah, bishop f4 still annoying. So what to do? Yeah, so rook d1 here is totally fine. But yeah, actually, I don't know. Yeah, then the follow-up, I think, not too great. Bishop d3 here. Feels like, yeah, you just challenge black's pieces. Because I think you had the right approach, at least you wrote in your notes, that you said, I tried to get my rook's open files and trade off a pair of bishops, but I was never able to. But I think you didn't fully try. I think if you really wanted to trade bishops, there you go, bishop d3. And now black is forced to move away. Yeah, so yeah, I see this kind of thing a lot. Actually, I did another video on this topic where it's like you make one move to stop something, but then you end up like just weakening your position more. Um, so the move comes with bigger drawbacks than the thing you're trying to stop. And now it's, yeah, unfortunate. So let's look at this. So takes, we went here. And yeah, now you might still be doing really well. I mean, the fortunate thing about all this is that you're actually able to trade off black's rook. And now black has a lot less activity. So this might have just ended up very fortunate for white. Okay, so we go bishop here. Ooh, uh-oh. F5. Oh no. Yeah, Yar, too many pawn moves. Almost all your pawn moves here were not good. Like f4, and then I don't think we played f3 exactly for the right reasons. And then f5, yeah. Unfortunate. just as when you're starting to make really nice progress too. Um, yeah, like now you can again try to come in with the rook, and yeah, should be very much on your way to converting. Yeah, sounds like a little bit of tunnel vision for sure. Yeah, especially you had like 22 minutes on your clock at this point, right? So that's really like that's a blunder that we just want to avoid as much as we can, like as close to 100% of the time. In Blitz and Bullet, you'll no, you'll blunder this kind of thing all the time. I think that's normal. I wouldn't worry about it. In Blitz and Bullet, you don't have time to fully like just analyze and check everything. But yeah, you have 22 minutes here on the clock. You have to just make really sure that you're not yeah, not just hanging something. But it happens. Don't beat yourself up too much. I mean, it happens to everyone. I've done it many times, and in more important games, I'm sure. Um, but I think the way to get some value out of it is to just try to reflect on your mindset and like what exactly you were thinking about, like what you were calculating, what you were focused on. I'm guessing you were kind of calculating these lines like knight f5, bishop takes d5, and this kind of thing. Usually when we blunder like this, it's because the mind, I think, is in some kind of like fog. You're in like just some kind of haze. You're like calculating some line and you're not like actually looking at the position and looking at what you're doing. Um, so that's I think how you can get some really good value out of it is just by reflecting on your mindset and kind of what you were thinking about at the time. And in the future, that might help because it'll like the next time you're in like a similar space, you will hopefully kind of be more careful. Your brain will kind of be traumatized from last time, and you'll be like, wait, let me slow down. Let me make sure I'm like calculating very carefully here. So I hope that helps. Sorry about the blunder. I know it's painful, but yeah, well, what can I say? Everyone blunders, and there are things I think you can learn from it. It gives you good insight into your mind and when you're like fully focused and when you're not so focused. And yeah, I mean, I think chess is a game that very much depends on your like your form, like whether you're in good shape. It doesn't really feel like it because it's like a mental game, and I think people kind of have this intuition that like in a mental game you should always be at 100%. Like everything should always be normal. Um, and like yeah, you shouldn't be like blundering anything you wouldn't normally blunder. You shouldn't be hanging anything. You should just be finding. But it's not true. I think our brains are part of our bodies and they don't always work at 100%. And a lot of times we're not focused and or we're focused on the wrong things and we're not clear and we're not seeing things clearly. And so yes, it's very easy, I think, to blunder, especially as you get longer and longer into the game, right? When you first start off the game, you might be fresh, but now we're like, at this point, well over an hour, maybe 2 hours into the game, right? So it's like you've been in a stressed out mode for like 2 hours. You've been like calculating and like worried about the game. You were like losing earlier, you sacked something. It's been like a very stressful game, right? So the longer it goes out, the more tired we get and the more likely we are to kind of blunder something. So that's why it's very important as the game goes on, if anything, to try and like focus harder and try to remain very present to what's going on. So hopefully that helps. And better luck next game. Yeah, no, I'm sure you do blunder in Blitz and Bullet all the time. It just doesn't feel as bad because it's like, okay, just some random Blitz game. But here it's like, classical game kind of more on the line. You're investing a lot more time. Of course, you're gonna, I think, care about this result more. So it's like, yeah. But yeah, after a long game, it's really easy to just lose focus for a moment. And this is, I think, one of the hardest parts of tournament chess is keeping your form for the whole game, because like Yeah, and over the board tournaments, you have to play for 4, 5, 6 hours sometimes. You might be winning the whole time, but like the game is still not over, and you have to like finish it off without blundering, without hanging something, without allowing your opponent some chances. And it's not easy. It really isn't. Um, and a lot of games get turned around, or one side is like winning, but 4 hours in they hang something, and that's it. Just GG, or they miss like that their pawn is actually not as fast as their opponents, and GG. You miss some random mating net. GG. I remember a game I had against 2600. He was like crushing me the whole time. He's like up a pawn, and then he wins an exchange and blunders a mate in two in the end game. That was like not super obvious at first, but just blunders like straight up mate in two moves. Check. He takes. Checkmate. It happens to everyone, right? I mean, it's part of the game, but yeah, all we can do is just try to reduce those chances as much as we can. Yeah, guys, if you want to submit a classical game, there are the instructions in the chat. A 2600 blunder main. I mean, happens all the time. I mean, chess is like a mental game. It's not like you're not going to be 100% on time the whole time, right? Or 100% focused all the time. There have been GMs, who blundered mate in one, right? It just happens. Like your brain just shuts off and you just don't see the board, right? If you're seeing a different position than what is actually on the board, you're probably going to blunder, and that happens sometimes, right? Let me just repeat that. If you're seeing a different position than what's actually on the board, for whatever reason, if you're just seeing a different position, you're probably going to blunder. Okay, well, let's jump to the next game. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, guys. Yeah, well, thanks for submitting. And next game we're going to look at is from Soroka. Soroka, hopefully you are still in the chat. Let's find the game. Okay, here we go. Oh, Reams, that was only your second classical game. Wow. Yeah, definitely try to spend more time next time, 100%. There's always something to think about. Always something to think about. Okay, Soroka, any particular questions on this game? Looks like we had a Caro. German going for the exchange. Bishop f4, g6, bishop f5. So we got this structure. G8, a4. We got this position. Interesting. German goes for the endgame. Man, looks like we were doing really well, Soroka, for the most part. But then somehow we ended up losing. This feels like really interesting brick endgame to analyze, actually. I think there is a lot of potential here. Oh no, we didn't lose this one. We won this one, right? Yeah, black won this game. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go back. Yeah. Okay, so question is about the middle game position. Right. Well, actually, number one here, like, I mean, I'm not sure we really want these double pawns, So honestly, when white doesn't take on f5 here, like, I would have just considered just trading off the light square bishops, because that's kind of what you want to do, and just playing this position, because normally it's the light square bishop that's kind of a problem piece for black in this structure, and here you trade it off, and I think you would have a reasonably solid position here. So I think this wasn't really something to shy away from. And from here, we would try to get the like minority attack going. So a6, b5, and knight a5, knight c4, trying to put pressure on white's queen side. So kind of typical plan. Yeah, there's nothing to be scared of. There's nothing white can really do to you here. Like queen b5, queen d7. What's the big deal? Oh, let's get the music back.
It's a dance we know the move.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm not sure about the structure with GF. It's kind of an interesting one, but let's go back. I'm not sure it was really necessary because I think normally black just wants to trade off these bishops and without having to like kind of compromise your structure. That said, I think this one is pretty risky. I'm not sure if white handled it in the best possible way, but yeah, I would say that you're taking on a lot of risk doing this just at first glance. Yeah, let's say, for example, white tried queen b3. And like, just for example, I don't know, queen d7, even let's say takes knight d2, and then bringing this one here. This feels very difficult for black because your rooks aren't connected. There's always going to be some checks to deal with. Like, I don't really see how black gets anything here. No, I would definitely take white here, I think. I mean, you just have this nice e5 square to kind of just pile up on. And yeah, basically white just has like a structural advantage. So here the only plan is put the king on h8, but then it's like, why did we why did we do all this? Yeah. It just takes a lot. Castling queenside, I don't know, it looks very risky. But could be a thought for sure. Thinking maybe white goes knight f3, c4. Yeah, I definitely don't know if white should take here. I mean, this doesn't feel necessary at all. It's just one option. Could also just go knight d2. But then again, black might play knight e4, and we get these trades. But let's think about this position. Maybe here. Maybe f3. I don't know. It feels like white should be somewhat better. Oh, there was knight d2. Okay, we'll play it. We can do this move order, right? We can take here first. Take. Okay, let's say white goes c4. I don't know. Honestly, it's hard position to judge because, like, okay, black has some space in the g file, but if king doesn't find safety, then I'm not really sure. And then if castles, then the would be to take. And c1. But maybe not so bad actually, right? Queen takes, rook c1, king b8. Queen c3. That's still annoying for black. It's still annoying. f5. f5 actually is a really nice solution just to cover this one. And now, okay, maybe black is actually, yeah, totally fine. Taking back with the pawn, maybe. Doesn't really like challenge white's queen very much, so I'm not sure. It feels playable for black too. So this is still always coming. Yeah, definitely not so easy for white. Definitely not so easy. So yeah, I don't know. Hard to evaluate all this. Anyway, we went 92, 94. Take here. Yeah. And now queen e5, this felt... Well, here, I mean, white is giving up a pawn. Actually, I didn't get why we didn't just take the pawn with rook g5. Was there a reason for this one? Hmm. Yeah, you're playing king d7 here maybe too quickly. And then, well, then at least white is able to hang on to the pawn. I guess rook g5 isn't super clear because white can still go f4. And then takes something like this. Could be kind of annoying for us. f5, g4. Yeah, maybe not so fun for black. No, actually, German, I didn't mention this line. I definitely didn't mention knight h5 here. Oh, instead of e6. Yeah, I didn't really think about this move. But I did mention that, yeah, I think black should maybe just trade and then just kind of continue normally. Yeah. But this one is kind of I don't know, it's ambitious. What's the idea? Bishop h2, bishop h6? And then try to go here? Might be possible. Though I don't, not really sure about this kind of position. Like, I think white here kind of gets this e-file play, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like white would be at least okay here, but no. Oh, just play knight f5 without, or knight h5 without. I see. Okay, so here, here. I don't know, it feels really risky. I mean, just in this move order, there's like takes and knight h4, knight e5. The problem is this knight is hanging, so I'm not sure about the tactics here, but it could be bad. This would feel very, very dangerous. Now, would I consider queen d7? Yeah, definitely. Although this one just maybe runs into like knight e5. Yeah, maybe like bishop b5, which just says, never mind. Actually, I'm gonna go here and here, and just be super annoying. So that would be maybe my one concern with queen d7. Hey, Lucas with the redeem. Lucas, just send me a message on Discord, and we'll set it up. There's a few people ahead of you, a few people. Hey, what's up, Dor? Hey, buddy. Yeah. Okay. Stayman, why do you say that? Bishop f5? I think it's a move here. Definitely better here than inside the pawn chain. Now the other thing we can do is maybe bishop e4. It's kind of an annoying move for white. I don't know if it's any good. It's just annoying because it stops knight d2. See, maybe this is an idea as well. But it's a lot of tempi for the bishop. Yeah. Yeah, Dor, I think once we increase the cost, I mean, people are going to riot. You know, people are working really hard for the 100K, so no way to do it. No, I don't mind giving the lessons. I mean, they make for good YouTube videos later on. So anyway, yeah, this kind of ends up okay for black. Although, I mean, I don't think white should have been worse here necessarily. Queen e5. And yeah, then we got this rook endgame. Yeah, which I think we played really well for the most part. Although this is one move I just want to highlight real quick. Does not look good. Because our rook is just very passive behind white's pawn. So definitely rook a5 here or d6. If you want one of your pieces to block the pawn, because okay, white might push it one day, then you should use the king. That's kind of, I would say, maybe a general rule for rook endgames. You don't want your rook blockading pawns, you want your king stopping the pawn. So from black's point of view, I think rook a5 here makes sense because you want your rook active and just taking stuff. And then if white pushes this pawn, then your king is always in time to stop it, and it's not going to go very far. And if you need to one day, you can pick it up with your rook, but here I would say just start running your pawns down. So maybe just one move that I think feels quite odd. Yeah, b5 definitely nice move. German had a question earlier. Let's see, queen h6. Yeah. So here, right, I definitely not a fan of queen e5. But what to do? Let's see. Queen h4? Certainly an option here. Yeah, German. Well, were you thinking you're better after queen e5 in this rook endgame? Oh, okay. Even I see. That makes sense. The queen f6 here. Certainly. Feels like a move. Maybe a little bit more compact than queen c7. Hey, Yar, with the 10 gifted subs. Thanks so much. Yeah, I definitely feel like black is better. I was just trying to clarify what Driven was, because he was saying he was very optimistic about this, so I don't know if that meant he thought it was better for white or equal. But yeah, I definitely feel like black is better in the rook endgame for sure. At least if practical sense. Oh, so queen f6 and like f3. Yeah, I mean, it's a really sharp position. Who knows what's happening here? Very, very sharp, I would say. But f3 does look annoying. Yeah, really weird structure. I mean, it's it's like black's king is in the center, but black has all this space, so it doesn't feel like black is actually any worse. I also think on queen h5, I would strongly consider this move from black's point of view. Just immediately going into the this rook endgame. Not that this would necessarily be winning for black, far from it. Just feels very pleasant. Why not direct f3? Yeah, this is definitely an option as well, but I would imagine white was worried about this one. Yeah, I think black is still getting their counterplay. Right. So kind of similar. I am from Ukraine. Or queen g4 after bishop takes g7. Oh, this one? That's a funny trick. But kind of similar. I guess black gets the queen out actively. It's an interesting move, really. Because your queen gets out. Oh, you looked at its rook. Oh, interesting. Yeah, what did you think here? Thanks, Gungus. Oh yeah, there's Queen A4 check. Queen A4 is a little bit annoying. Yeah, this one kind of spoils the fun because you gotta go like King D8 or something, and doesn't feel right. Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, guys. So, what can I say? I'd love to play F3 here as from white, but and black is allowed knight H5. Which again feels annoying. Yeah, definitely white can have safe option here with knight E5. Yeah, I think this move is very safe. For sure. So I don't know if white should even take on F5. It's really hard to say. Because, yeah, I don't really... Hard to find an advantage here for white in these lines. It's kind of surprising. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of want to check this one because I'm a exchange Caro player myself. Yeah, I'm not sure about these G4 ideas because we're not really trying to play G4. Black can take on B1, so yeah, it's pretty hard to trap this bishop. Let me take a look at this one. I'm really curious myself. Oh, interesting. Okay, so yeah, we have our answer. So this bishop e2 idea is played all the way back here. So if you ask like Svidler or like Caruana, like what they would do, they would play bishop e2 back here before knight f3. So I guess this is the way white tries to put pressure. So let's say bishop g7. Knight f3. Castles, castles. Say black goes knight e4. Wow, a lot of games here. Looks like knight d2. Yeah, a lot of games. Caruana, Wesley So, Shanklin, Ding. But I guess this is kind of the approach white tries if they want to fight for some edge here. But I'm not really getting what's the plan necessarily for white. Let me flip the board. I mean, okay, look at this Caruana game, guys. This looks like a fascinating. This is a game Caruana Shanklin. So, Shanklin in this position played Rook e8. Why when Rook e1, h6, Bishop f1, g5, Bishop h2, Queen d7, Knight e4, Bishop takes e4, Bishop d3. It goes back to d3. Black plays f5. Bishop f1 goes back. Since black played f5, now he doesn't want to take anymore. Now he's setting up the, like the trapping idea. Then black pushed f4. And he goes bishop d3 back. Now again he's threatening, and if black takes here, now all the light squares have been weakened. So black took on f3 and played e5, queen h5, e4, bishop e2. And he's coming in this way. And he ended up winning the game super fast. So I guess maybe this was okay for white. g3, f3, takes, bishop f5, rook d8, g4, b5, whoops, b4, a5, e4, takes, b5, knight a7. Uh-oh, rook eb1. Oh, wait. I mixed up the move order a little bit. Black did take with this rook. It was like this. Rook b7, b6, knight c6, bishop c7, and that was GG. Yeah, definitely good company. Yeah. So there you have it, guys. Bishop e2 with the idea of later playing bishop d3 once black pushes all their kingside pawns. And if black didn't push all their pawns, I'm guessing the plan is like, anyway, bishop h2, knight e5, maybe other knight to f3, and using this square. But it does make it very hard for black to play e6 now, of course, yeah, because of g4 ideas. That's absolutely right. Okay, guys, well, there you have it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, really cool game. Well, Vedant, this is just a different way of developing. So black has a couple options here. Main move bishop g4. e6 I think is not that great here because it blocks the bishop in, and I think white is just super comfortable. And g6 I think is very playable. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's like tons of games here. Wesley So, Caruana, Ding Lorette. Yeah. Oh, you're saying g6, h3, bishop f5. Oh, e6 here. Let me see. Yeah, that's a move as well. After, you said after bishop e2? Yeah, it's been played a few times. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily best because like the top guys in this position, they like strongly prefer bishop g7. So unless your computer is stronger than like, you know, the 26 and 2700s, I'm gonna go with there. But I'm sure e6 is playable. A few players have played it in this position. Yeah, trying to get the bishop to d6. Kind of a weird approach, but could be justified. After knight d2, how do we stop g4? At what point, Wrath of Gods? At what point? Oh, that's what happened in this game too. Knight f3, e6. Yeah. Right, so here white could, I think, still transpose to the theory with bishop e2. Yeah. I mean, black can try to stop g4 with a move like h5, I think is not that crazy. Yeah, but a lot of times I think black doesn't combine e6 and bishop g7. So this is, I think, maybe the key point. A lot of times if black plays e6, the idea is to bring the bishop over to d6. If you're going to play both e6 and g6, which is kind of weird because it allows white to play bishop h6, and I think the idea is to go back. Bishop f8. Yeah. So bishop e2, bishop g7, knight f3, castles, castles. So how should black proceed here? So the theory is knight e4. That's how they seem to be playing it. And then going like rook c8, rook e8. I think playing without e6, and then just trying to maybe get the queenside counterplay one day with like b5, b4 if they can. But I'm not a Caro expert, so I'm just kind of, yeah, just saying what the top guys are playing here. Isn't this a bad Carl's bad for black? I mean, I don't know. Bashir Lagrave doesn't seem to think so. David Navarra, Mamadarov, Shanklin, Naroditsky. Just to name a few players who seem to think this is fine for black. So, I don't know. I think it's pretty solid. I mean, Karo Khan is like very solid opening. So, I don't think these players would be going into this position if they didn't really believe in it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like to trust the top guys because I mean they're studying the opening a lot more than I am, and they're working on it a lot harder. So if the top players like repeat stuff, then you know, that's the thing, Vedant. It's not just about what the computer says. It's also about getting the kind of position that you understand and is playable. So I think the most important thing is just getting a position where you understand the plan. Whether engine says it's like zero point 0.2 for white or 0.4 for white, I think doesn't really matter. Um, but I mean, there's lots of details in these lines, so I mean, I don't know. Yeah, e6 definitely feels weird for black to play, but some players do it. Yeah. White might indeed be better, but I think it would. I mean, not so easy to prove. Like you see how hard Caruana had to work. He had to do this one, and then this one, and then this one. Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, let's wrap it up on this game here. Gonna go on to other games, but I think I gotta get some food first or something. So let me figure out what I'm doing on food, and then we'll keep it going. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, did want to look at the rook in game a little bit. So yeah, we talked about rook c5 here. And okay, we then went active. Yeah, now it's kind of tough for white. Yeah, black's pawn is just too fast. That was a nice little trick at the end. Yeah, well played. Oh man, what are we eating, guys? What are we eating? Indian sushi? Indian is always a good choice. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I need a poll. Okay, you know what? I'll put it up to the chat. Let me choose some options that I'm okay with. We'll leave it to chance. Oh man, I'm not seeing a lot of good options. I mean, there's a ton of like amazing options, but my stomach can be quite sour sometimes. Hmm. I didn't make this poll. So I don't know if I'm gonna respect the results of this one. Sushi. Sushi could be good. I'm sorry to be dragging you guys through this. I really am. I really apologize. Okay, fastest near me. Are we just gonna go with the big one? All right, guys, we're gonna go with the old Chipotle. So we're doing a Chipotle bowl. You can get black beans, brown rice, healthy. Gonna add guac, of course, fresh tomato salsa, aka pico de gallo, sour cream, romaine lettuce. All right, and we'll get barbacoa for Maya. She's a barbacoa fan. Barbacoa, black beans, white rice, guac, tomato salsa, cheese, romaine lettuce. Okay, in case you guys ever want to know our order. Okay, I think this will be good. It's not going to be great for the stomach, but it'll be good for. I didn't make the poll. And yes, Chipotle, I believe, is owned by McDonald's. Yeah, I was gonna make a poll, but with options that I was, cool with. But the poll happened. Ooh, tortilla on the side. Yes, please. Okay. Continue. And by the way, guys, I'm ordering via DoorDash, which is really fast. And the stream's not sponsored by DoorDash, but it could be. So DoorDash, if you're listening, you know. So, good stuff. Good stuff. DoorDash though, really great. You get your food quickly. They always bring it to you, and you can save on fees if you get like the the monthly subscription thing. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Yeah, DoorDash without Dash Pass. Without Dash Pass, yeah, it's pretty. Fees get expensive. You have to pay like delivery fee, and then like a service fee, which I don't know what that is, and then a tip, of course, on top of the delivery fee. So it's crazy. And then they'll charge you if you just want like one thing. Like if you want like one like $3 thing, they'll like charge you like a low cost fee. Yeah. But on the other hand, you don't have to go out. I want to do ads. I think ads would be a lot of fun. I would love to do ads, but no one's reached out. Actually, this one game reached out to us, but I didn't really want to do it because it would have just been totally pointless. I know. But we have to tip here. We have to tip. Because otherwise they get I mean, I think it's different by state, but in some states the minimum wage is just it's not even like the $7. The minimum wage is like $2, but then they just assume that you're going to get tips. So, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I believe, well, I used to live in Missouri. I think in Missouri, it was like the minimum wage was like $2.50 an hour, but then they just assume that you're going to get tips to make like the minimum wage of like $7.50. Yeah. For people in the service industry. Maybe someone just totally made this up, but I mean, I'll just Google it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You guys can Google it. The federal minimum wage for people who receive tips is $2.13 an hour. So that's assuming that they earn $30 or more per month in tips. So yeah, if you receive tips, technically the employer is only required to pay $2 an hour. But I think it's different by state, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, we have to tip. Yeah, I mean it's like insane. Yeah, we absolutely have to tip. I mean, given the current system, but I like the I'm with you guys. I like the European style. Just increase the price of the food so that it includes a normal wage, and that's it. Like then that's it. Then I can just because then now it's hard. It's like I have to calculate the cost of the food and then the tip. And it's like just include it. How much is a tip? So yeah, that's that's the bummer, Falk. That just depends on the person. So I think most people try to give around 15% if you're eating out, like at a restaurant. Like 15, I think, is considered standard. Nice people will give like 20, and like stingy people will give closer to 10. So I think 15 is kind of the average. And then for delivery people, I think that's really hit and miss because I think there's definitely a time where, yeah, I just didn't tip delivery people. Or if I did, it would be like whatever cash I had on hand, like $1 or $2, like really nothing. So now they include it in the app, which is good because no one really carries cash anymore. But yeah. Is DoorDash more expensive than Grubhub or Uber Eats? I don't know, but in my experience, they all have their like, little membership thing, like the Dash Pass. For me, DoorDash seems to be the cheapest one. Don't worry, don't worry. I only review games if the person is still here. Yeah. Yeah, so you definitely tip delivery people and you gotta tip bartenders. I don't know. I always learned you tip them at least $1 per drink that they make. Maybe more if it's like a really fancy drink. Yeah, guys, make sure to tip your local dojo, or like your local stream partner. Why giving tip? Because people don't make enough money here. You know. And yeah, David will be analyzing games later on as well. Okay, next up. Caspar, are you still around? Mr. Caspar. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go to your game next. Let me know if you have a specific question on this one. And hey, Soroka with the gifted sub. Thanks so much. Okay, Casper. Yeah, let me know if there are any if you had any particular questions on this game. Thanks, Yara. Thanks so much. I mean, Yara, you gifted subs earlier, so you're good. worry about it. Okay, question is, should I have gone for a plan with knight h5 in the opening instead of knight e4? Okay, let's take a look. So we have really classic Queen's Gambit declined. Solid stuff. h6, rook e8, knight e4. Yeah, so they're actually, I think both approaches here are considered acceptable for black. Yeah, so this move, knight h5, this is definitely a thing that people do. And usually white trades off the dark squared bishops. And eventually this knight comes back to f6, though if white allows it, you might get some knight f4 tricks, but usually the knight just drops back. I saw Scott, I saw you did great. Thanks. Thanks again for running marbles in the arenas. That looked like a fun stream. But yeah, we appreciate it when you guys just beg on our behalf. So yeah, this one is super playable. I think this is very solid for black. And in particular, a lot of Queen's Gambit decline players play this. Like, I think Mickey Adams goes into these positions a lot. And yeah, they're very, very solid. That said, this knight e4 plan, I think, is a very solid one too. So I think here, especially after knight f3, knight e4 makes a lot of sense. So I think this is a totally justifiable approach for black as well. Takes. Okay, now this is an interesting moment. White could have taken on f5. Do we think about this one? I guess we just go back knight e4, no big deal. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even see the donation. Actually, I don't even have, I need to, let me get the other one going here. There we go. Actually, let me make this one a little bit bigger. Okay, 1 second. All right, there we go. Hey, Scott. With the tip. You guys didn't hear the text-to-speech, though, I imagine. I gotta, I think, turn something on for that. But I heard it. I heard it. Does DM do the weekly schedule? Yeah, we have like a Google Calendar that I think is linked somewhere on the stream. And then, yeah, DM does the weekly schedule now for us. Thor's Thunder, actually, we do try to mention that if you guys have an Amazon Prime, that you do have a free Twitch sub every month that you can throw towards the dojo. But we don't mention it like every stream. We mention it like a couple times. But we have a command for it, !Prime, to remind folks. Anyway, it's all good, guys. We are happy to be doing what we're doing. That's the main thing for me. I just want to be like happy doing what I'm doing. And it's not so much about the financial stuff. Anyway, so knight c3, bishop e4, queen g5. And yeah, I would actually say this might not be great for us. Although it looks very active for black. The problem is if white defends the king side, which they seem to have done, then black is left without sufficient defense on the queen side. And that's kind of what happens here. and position just collapses. Thanks, Mitch. So Casper, yeah, I would say the main mistake to me, it seems like actually going for this structure doesn't look that good. Because this is a structure where white has just a very nice center. It's kind of like a reverse French, and then white's play is very easy with this b5 break, and white just has a very easy time putting pressure. Whereas from black's point of view, you don't really have that many pieces to generate a kingside attack. If you had more pieces on the board, like bishop on c8, bishop on c7, then for sure your attack is pretty dangerous, like knight f6, knight g4, that kind of thing. So yeah, I think I agree with what you just said. I think after knight d2, I don't think we want to allow that structure, so I would either just go knight f6 here, just to keep your structure, and then this position you're absolutely fine, because here you do create counterplay, like rook e6, rook g6, h5, h4. White doesn't have like the bishop to defend. Or you can do what you're saying, just take on d3 and play this position with the knights. This one I think is very playable as well. In fact, one idea you could consider is even something like b5, and then trying to put the knight on c4 and eventually a5. That would be kind of the that would be one approach. Not the only plan in the position, but that would be one plan you could do. The other thing would just be kind of like more solid. Just knight f6, knight e4, bring this knight to d6, which is the best square for the knight in this structure, and then cover all these squares. Maybe a5 somewhere. And generally should be okay once we've traded off this many pieces. Yeah, so queen g5, that seems like very serious strategic mistake because allows white to go into this structure, which feels very, very nice. And then it seems like position, well, okay, you got rook f2. So I think white kind of messed up here. Probably shouldn't have allowed this, should just go back or something, queen b3. But okay, that's cool. So we had some chances here. But white's a-pawn still too strong. Okay, now, yeah, basically over. But yeah, hopefully that was useful. Kind of helpful Queen's Gambit declined game. Ultimately, I think you played it well. Maybe taking here, actually, not super necessary. Maybe knight f6 was also possible, but this is an idea. But yeah, hopefully you got some clues on how to play the position next time. Yeah, I think queen b3 on rook c2, that seemed right, just to cover, whoops, this one. Yeah. But I don't think rook c2 is the blunder. I think black's position here is already no good. Oh, rook c2 here. Oh yeah, I see the engine says rook b2, but what's really the difference? I don't get it. Oh, you have knight c2. So you take and you go here. Wait, so let's say a5. How does black hold this exactly? Because knight c2, we're going here. Or even, yeah, rook a4. Oh, then rook b1. Oh, wow. And there's both e3 and knight e3. Yeah, e3 especially can be very dangerous. Oh boy. Yeah, kind of tough one. Subtle. Subtle. You have to see this and then knight c2. I wouldn't call rook c2 a blunder. I mean, that's not easy to see, Casper. I mean, that's just something, yeah, I just kind of find by chance. Yeah. I mean, we had some time here, so definitely we could have maybe spent more time, but yeah, rook b2 and then playing knight c2, definitely not obvious from at first glance. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, too much. Yeah, the bigger mistakes definitely came earlier. The one I would focus on is queen g5. Kind of like allowing this structure. That to me seems like something you definitely could learn from. Whereas the concrete stuff in the end game, a lot of times it feels very, very random. But okay, hopefully that was helpful. Oh, I think I have to go down and pick up my FUD. So I will be back in a sec. All right, be back in a sec. Hey, what's up, Chess Latte? How's it going? How's it going? Okay, we got some lunch, guys. I'm just gonna eat like 2 bites of this, and then I'm gonna probably have to go take another break. But until then, so we can watch some games. Did this game start yet? No, this game is not being played. All right, there we go. Well, yeah. How do I get the Well, actually, yeah. Let's switch over to some copyright-free stuff. Confusing. Oh, you love Chipotle. Nice, Chess Latte. Well, what's your meal? What's your order there? What kind of stuff are we getting? There's a lot going on in this bowl. Cool, tacos. Oh man, I could go for some boba too. Should have ordered it with the Chipotle. Too late now. Do strong players rematch so much to avoid players in? I don't know. I think it's just like if you get a good game against someone, it just makes sense to kind of play them multiple times. You can like practice the same opening. It can be kind of interesting discussion to have over the chessboard when you play the same player multiple games in a row. Yeah. Shredded meat. Is that the barbacoa or the carnitas? Barbacoa is really good. I mean, I usually go with steak, but I'm always like, why didn't I go with barbacoa? I'm always confused. Oh yeah. Are people fans of the eating ASMR? Personally, I don't like it. I don't like hearing people eat. Unless I'm like also eating. I have a weird thing. Yeah, brisket meat. That sounds good. Would I say pawn for an exchange is losing or drawing in most positions? You're probably worse in most positions. I mean, unless rook is not worth 5 anymore, then in most positions you're going to be worse. Wait, what happened? Dude resigned after c5, huh? Oh man, I didn't realize. My bad. I'm sorry, Mulligan. I'm sorry. I'll mute my mic. I don't like it either. I'm surprised that people don't complain more, to be honest. I'll mute my mic unless I have something to say. Okay, I think I'm done. So I'm going to go put this in the fridge, and then I will be back for more game analysis. You're watching Chess Dojo Live, brought to you by DoorDash and ESPN. Thanks, Scott. Thanks. Yeah, no worries, Ansar. Actually, I'll be right back. But just to answer your question real quick, woodpecker method has like 3 different sections, like easy, medium, and hard. So I think it starts at like, maybe 1600 level, and then not too difficult, and then the harder sections, they get harder. So I would say it's probably better for like maybe 1800 players and higher. 1800 would be my minimum, but I also did a full YouTube video on it reviewing the whole book. So check out our YouTube channel, look for the woodpecker review video, and you can see my full thoughts there. All right, guys, we'll be right back. Be right back. already. Hey, Smurberg with the sub. Thanks so much. Hey, Lockdown Fiend with the follow. Welcome back, guys. You are watching Chess Dojo Live, brought to you by MSNBC. Welcome back. Welcome back to the channel. Okay, Ansar. Yeah, you can do the woodpecker method for as many or as few problems as you want. They explain it in the book, but your set of problems can be anything you accomplish in 4 weeks. So it can be just easy problems. It can be the easy problems and then 100 problems from the intermediate section. It doesn't matter. Then you're set. Brought to you by ESPN 8, the Ocho. I don't know. I'm just thinking of random companies. I don't know who would actually sponsor us. ESPN 8, the dojo. That would be cool if we got our own ESPN channel. I think Jesse could do a really good job of being like the quiet, like golf commentator. Maybe I'll mention that to him. I think he should try doing like just commenting on some games and just being like, okay, and here comes the attack, and he's pushing up the king side, and the tactic gets it. I feel like he could take more of a golf approach. Anyway. We're gonna get back to it. Yeah, Jesse and Yasser, they could really do something quite special for the audiophiles out there. Oh, Jesse knows. Jesse is well aware of his ASMR prowess, but I think he hasn't realized his full potential yet. But he knows. I mean, that's why he's always complaining about his mic, because he knows that he needs his mic. Dude, I would love to, what's that guy's name? Skip. Oh man, I wish there was a Skip Bayless in chess. We really need a Skip. We need a guy who's like, look, Caruana is overrated. The guy hasn't won a tournament in like 5 years. It'd be so funny. Yeah, Radio Giannis, of course. Fantastic. I don't know. Skip always goes after like LeBron James. No, Skip Bayless, I think he'd be criticizing Magnus like nonstop. What has Magnus done lately? You know, what has he done? What has he won? What has he won? The World Championship? Who did he beat? Who did he beat? Karyakin? Caruana? Yeah, who are these guys? Is there a chess ASMR channel? I had no idea. Anyway, just brainstorming some ideas. I don't know if anyone out there is like kind of a sports guy and you want to do like a sports themed show. Maybe we could do something like that. That would be fun. Yeah, Andres is too reasonable to, to be Skip Bayless for sure. Okay. Oh, you want to do it, Seth? Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. Okay, okay. Yeah, maybe we can get something done here. I mean, Maurice is really the guy. He was, I feel like, the first guy that that really just brought the sports into chess. And I think that's why, I mean, he's one of the most popular commentators out there. He just makes it so exciting. Faruja, I think Chessbra did a video on the Jerome Gambit that was really good. I think that's why the Jerome Gambit has gotten famous. At least that's how I heard of it. I just saw the Chessbra video, which was very good, by the way. I do recommend it heartily. Well, because of the video. The video had has like hundreds of thousands of views. Yeah, a lot of people follow Chessbra. If you don't, guys, give them a follow. I don't know if you guys have heard of Chessbra, but they really started this whole thing. I mean, they were here. They were here way before anyone. No, I recommend the video. Sorry, I definitely don't recommend the Gambit. Yeah. Let me be clear. Yeah, don't play it. But the video is very funny. Watch the video. Yeah. I mean, it is a meme opening. Yeah, it's not good, but lots of openings are played that are not objectively good. But doesn't mean they're not worth playing. It's just people like playing dubious stuff sometimes. Yeah, that is true, Mitch. That is true. Okay, next up. Shawnee, are you still in the chat? I got your game here. Cool. No, that was fine, Mitch. That was fine. I think Twitch does all the censoring themselves. We don't really do anything. That's all of Twitch's auto censorship stuff. Yeah, Faruja. Yeah, no, I mean, no problem. I appreciate you watching the channel. So, okay. This is a game from Sean. I guess we're going to look at it from Black's point of view. Did you have any particular questions on this one? Let's see. We had classical Sicilian with e6 or bishop g5. This is the Richter Rouser. Bishop e7. Wait, question. Do you have knight takes e4 here? Yeah. I mean, this is the whole point of playing h6. You got to understand why you're making these moves, is to give the bishop a very difficult choice. Either white has to take, or you have this one. Which, I don't know, I mean, this doesn't always work for black, but yeah, that's That's usually the idea of playing h6, is you want the bishop hanging on h4. Yeah, let me just quickly check the theory on this one, because I honestly don't remember. And I don't want to tell you something wrong. For a6, queen d2, h6. Yeah, bishop h4, knight takes e4. Big problem. So on h6, white is usually taking on f6 and playing that position. But it feels like if you can just take back with the queen here, then that's not really a problem. What often happens is there's a bishop on e7, and then you have a weird choice. Like if white is castled, and their bishop is on e7, then white can take, and then if you take with the bishop, you're like losing the d6 pawn. So you kind of have to go gf not to lose the pawn. But here, if you can just take with the queen, there's not much drawback to this. You just get the pair of bishops, you get white's dark square bishop, which is a really good piece, and you can even drop back and go bishop e7, and you're totally fine here. So yeah, this is a trick definitely worth knowing. So I'm just going to leave it on the board for a little while. Sir, this is a chess channel? Yeah, Arun, you have to be very careful when you're calculating this to make sure that that the material is okay. I think we are fine, because like this one is hanging as well. So basically a lot of pieces hanging. I don't know. Let's say take. I would even consider taking here, because this knight is a little bit trapped, so I'm a little bit worried, but I actually think it's fine, because we're threatening to either take or take, so we're okay. We won the pawn. Or you can take here, and I think you're doing excellent as well. I don't see how white keeps any extra pieces here, because we're ready to take one more. Oh, bro, you play the London? Get out. Get out of here. Yeah, where's the salt? Someone get the salt. Salt the London players. So okay, this looks good. Yeah, Skip Bayless would criticize Magnus for playing the London, and then he would then criticize him for not playing. I just want a clip of Skip Bayless saying completely opposite things on 2 different days about the chess world. One day he's pro-London, one day he's anti-London. That'll be fun. Yeah, so that's why actually in this position, right, white doesn't... Oh, white played queen d2 first, right. If white starts with f4 and black goes a6, then queen d2 is not the main move here. The main move for white is knight takes c6, because white gets to take on c6 and go e5, and then there's some sharpness here. Black goes h6, bishop h4, g5 takes knight d5. Okay, so some crazy line here. I don't know what's going on, but seems playable for black. So white usually goes for this one, or if they start with queen d2 here, as is also very common. Basically mainline. Oh, sorry. So that's what happened in the game. Black played a6. So right, normally white castles and they don't go f4. Yeah. Oh, thanks so much. And then black has some moves. Bishop d7 seems to be the main line. And I guess the difference here is if black plays h6. White is either going back bishop e3, bishop f4 is very popular, or knight takes c6. So yeah, not a lot of players are playing bishop h4 in this position, again because of knight takes e4. So yeah, this is just one you kind of have to like burn it into your brain, especially for the classical Sicilian, because like I'm not a classical Sicilian player, and even I knew this trick. So like that's how that's how prevalent it is. It really does show up in a lot of positions. Oh, there's like a Shanklin-Gareev game here that white won after queen f4, knight g5. I mean, I guess there even here there might be theory, but I would imagine white doesn't really play this one very much, so might not be good from an objective point of view, because then yeah, you wouldn't see a lot of players going into it if the engine just says it's bad. Although actually engine doesn't seem to mind this for white at first glance. It's kind of unclear. I have no idea what's going on. I just don't know. But it seems like from white's point of view, yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to go for this line where you can just play like simple bishop e3 in this position, or maybe throw in knight takes c6. And then go bishop f4. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense. Hey, Dudeco, doing good. Doing good. How are you? Oh, you've seen and played it before. Yeah, that is kind of unforgivable. I see what you're saying. Hey, Lord Rudolph, with the sub. Thanks so much, man. If knight g4 after bishop e3, yeah, definitely that's a reasonable question. I'm not sure, but let's take a look. I would imagine maybe now white takes and goes for bishop f4, like in the other position. But let me double check. That's just my guess. Yeah, knight takes c6, bc. Oh, and then there's actually a better move than bishop f4. Apparently there's bishop c5. This is one I've seen in like the Taimanov Sicilian, but never here. That's a funny move. I mean, it's kind of ingenious because it's not just putting pressure. The point is when black goes d5, white trades off the dark squared bishops, and then black loses the castling rights and is left with like light squared bishop, which is probably not that good. So that's a nice one. Let me just check the eval because I'm very curious. Yeah, it's better for white. Not like winning, but it's better. Ben Feingold has a game that he won after d5 takes. So you can still win as black from this position, but definitely not what we want from the opening. So, okay, that's kind of the issue there. Okay, well, interesting stuff, Sean. Now we all get to learn from it, which is cool. Yeah, we really got to get sponsored by like, what's that big one? Like the sports betting app thing. FanDuel? Is that a thing? Oh, FanDuel, yeah, that's what you wrote. What's the other one? Isn't there another one? It's like super popular. DraftKings. Yeah, we gotta get sponsored by DraftKings. Exactly. Anyway, so a6, f4, h6 here. We went bishop e7, castles here. Knight f3, b5, e5, b4, takes. Rook d6, yeah, takes. Thanks, Lord Rudolph. Wow, 5 get the subs. Much appreciated. Thanks, man. Yeah, pog. Rook d6 is pretty pog too. But yeah, welcome to the dojo. you new subs. So this game got crazy. Yeah. Yeah, all good, man. You know, we try not to keep it too political. I mean, secretly, I think Jesse disagrees with a lot of what me and David think too. But anyway. So takes, we could have gone bishop b4. Oh, that's a nice move. Wow. That kind of kills it for white, doesn't it? Yeah, shouldn't there be like a line? You know, like nets -8 or something? I don't know how lines work. What do the playoff bets have to do with it? Don't look at me. It wasn't my idea. Don't look at me. That's funny. But yeah, I guess, you know, you guys by betting kind of weigh it out because more people are going to bet on the Nets, I would imagine. But then that means it's going to be good money on the Celtics. Yeah. You bet on the underdog, you get better odds. Yeah, that's right. Very interesting. Anyway, I wanted to check the time usage actually for this game. Hey, buddy. Cool. Cool. I will see you there. Will I stream from Vegas? It depends on the internet there. But if it's stable, then I'll try to, because that would be fun. And any plans to have a dojo meetup? I guess we should. I guess we should. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm not like super great at organizing stuff like that, but I guess we'll try to figure it out. But yeah, for sure, we should have like a dojo hangout stream. That could be fun, especially if someone could like help setting it up. We do like some cameras and yeah, that would be cool. Hey, thanks, Faruja. Have a good one. Okay, Sean, so let's talk a little bit about the time usage here. So white hits you with rook takes d6, and then you spend 5.5 minutes to take, and then you basically play the next couple moves quickly, like takes, king b1, and bishop e5. But it feels kind of fast because it's like such a sharp position. You know, personally, I usually would say like if rook takes d6, like takes, I think you just pause here again. Even if you already did some calculation, I think you always pause here again because like, you never know. You might find something else. Queen b6, queen b8, you know, bishop e7, knight e7. Like, you never know. You might have another idea that you didn't think about before, like knight e7, rook c8. Just a random idea. Not saying it's good. I'm just saying, like, you might find something random that you didn't really consider earlier when you were calculating. Like, because you paused here, which I think is correct. When your opponent hits you with a surprise, even if you're, like, pretty sure, okay, you have to take the rook, even if you're pretty sure, you should still stop and think and make sure that that's, like, your only move and that's what you want to do. So you did that, and then I would say stop here again because, like, it's a really sharp position, and yeah, a lot of times we end up taking a pawn with check, and we end up wanting to take back because it's like, oh no, yeah, once we see bishop b4, it's just like, oh man, that just looks fantastic. That just looks like game over. Yeah. So kind of a good practical lesson. We always want to kind of, as much as we can, slow down if we have time and pause at these critical moments. Because, like, yeah, I mean, if you stop here and you find bishop b4, you basically win you beat everybody. Like, you could be playing a GM, but you win this because you're just up. You're going to be up a lot of material. I don't even see how white continues the game. So the clock can really be your friend in these sharp positions. Obviously, it's easier to say after the fact. After the fact, it's always easy to say, like, oh yeah, you should have paused here and found the move. But it does feel like, in general, spending more time, guys, is going to lead to seeing more options. Right? It doesn't mean you're always going to find the right move, but you give yourself a better chance. Thanks, Lord Roy. Yeah, you know, us lefties aren't so crazy either. Sometimes. Yeah. So, hey, Hemoglobin, thanks for following. Yeah. Praviduus is a David Pruis Stan account, and I really appreciate it because that's, I think, one sign that the dojo is growing is that we're getting our own Stan accounts that we didn't even ask for. Like, I can't imagine David asked for it, but I think that's a good thing for the dojo. Just try not to brigade guys too hard. Like, if something ever happens and, like, we get involved in some, like, major controversy, like, try not to brigade too much on our behalf. I think that's not something we would want. So let's see what happened. Oh yeah, that's true. Guys can't do a stand for my name. Oh well. Yeah, you can definitely grab Konstantin Kavutsky if that's still available on Twitch. That's funny. Okay. Bishop b5 takes. So we do get the exchange, but it's not clear. I mean, it doesn't feel like Black's position is very fun. Definitely feels like White has a lot of compensation. Yeah, he played nice game, what to say. Yeah, Fen Beingold is a classic. Everyone knows that one. Right, that did seem a little strange, Sean. Here. And then it takes on g2. Are we just getting wrecked with this one? Brutal. Wait, does this work? Takes. King f8. F5 check. Carlos Magnuson, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. This is winning, right? I mean, it does look pretty winning, but I'm not totally sure. But takes here, and then what would be the cleanest way for white? I mean, this looks like a good start. You can also take. I think most people like the music. Yeah, sorry. Really sorry. Oh, Fair and Me, you were playing white. Oh, I didn't know that. But knight e6, queen e7. Actually, you're right. Not as obvious. I was just thinking knight c7. But yeah, just king f8. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I just totally dismissed this at first, but it it does look good. Lord Rudolph, I might play later, but yeah, for now, I think we're just gonna, because we do this classical tournament like basically all month long, and there's more games than I think we can go over. So yeah, I'm just trying to get through as many as I can. Oh, knight c7 takes rook e1. Thank you. We have extra pawn. Yeah. What do you mean, PB? I don't understand. Oh. I didn't see that. I thought that was part of the joke. Oh, great. Welcome, welcome. Hey, thanks, Laura. Thanks so much, man. That's very nice of you. Yeah, doing good, Costa. Doing good. Okay, so white is definitely better here. And then this one feels like... Yeah, no, I think the misspelling is actually very funny. So I'm definitely cool with it. Yeah, is Kessie Dry available? I think Jesse would like it. Okay, so this one, yeah, this one looks crazy because there's like here, here, and just looks super dangerous. Should be losing. Oh, and black doesn't even have any threat, so maybe even just some quiet move somewhere, but I don't want to allow bishop b7. Ravi. That's funny. Yeah, definitely I wouldn't expect you to calculate this far. I think this is one you kind of just have to, I think, judge. And yeah, I would just expect to be losing here as black, so I probably wouldn't go into it myself. I mean, it's a stream, Alex, you know. I think people mainly watch for enjoyment. Yeah. But like you said, you know, the other two guys, they don't really listen to music while they're streaming, so you can still enjoy like 66% of what Dojo has to offer. Not bad, not bad. It is a free channel. Just remind you guys, it is free to watch and free to not watch as well. Yeah. I mean, I get your point. I get your point. I just feel like you could, you know, maybe communicate it in like a nicer way, I think. And that would be better received. But yeah, I'm shocked you thought your first message was gonna like work. like we're gonna turn off the music based off that. I'm shocked that you thought you would come back and the music would be off. That's fascinating. Like, I mean, when has that ever worked in, like, TV or movies? Anyway, yeah, most of the YouTube videos are music free as well, except for some videos. I'm not going to say who, but someone's videos come from the streams, and then those still have music on them. I'm not going to say who, though. Also, though, in all seriousness, the VODs are music free. We did figure out how to turn the music off for the VODs, which is important for like copyright stuff. So you can just go watch the VOD, and yeah, that is music free. That's a good point, Ramium. That would be an interesting experiment. Okay, so yeah, sorry, we got very sidetracked. I don't have a lot of useful tips for you here, Sean, because the position is just really difficult. I guess you can say this one is kind of a miss, but this thing happens very often when you're under pressure. Like, okay, you make a move, your opponent makes a reply you didn't really expect, and all of a sudden, like, we're getting mated. But that's not shocking because our king is on e8, so it's like, yeah, position was very difficult to begin with. I don't feel like it should be lost. So probably there was better things to do here. First instinct is to try to challenge white's queen with like queen b8, but I'm guessing white just goes queen f6 and doesn't really give you any ground. No rematch. I think the issue with that is we're just going to be turning on the music, turning off the music, turning on the music. I think no one would like that. Would just be the worst for everybody. Yeah, that's true, Seth. I think that was just the same guy from before. Yeah, I would consider a donation to turn off the music, but I don't know. It would kind of undercut everyone that's enjoying the music, so it doesn't feel like. Yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, someone asked about rook g5 here, right? So Sean's saying check, king e7, and this one. Because knight f5, there's rook f5, but this one looks good. Yeah, knight f5, I think rook takes. But yeah, knight c6 is just killer. But hold on, there is king d7. Then I imagine white just continues the attack. But it's not super clear, so rook g5 definitely feels very playable also. Yeah. Yeah, the music's really not even that loud. Well, here it's black to move, right? So, because on king d7, white still needs a tempo to do something with the queen. So, queen h7, and then black has a move here to try to defend. Yeah. But what to do? Knight c6 is pretty annoying. You have a queen f6, knight takes c6. Yeah. Queen g8. I think it's 11 Jun. That was a funny story. But maybe white just takes anyway. Yeah. And same thing on queen h8 too. I think white just goes knight takes c6. Although, hold up, sorry. This is not over check. And king just moves. It's still queen is hanging, so it's not like, yeah, not like white wins. So maybe this is working. Excuse me. Though queen h, though, I think probably f7 is hanging, so we'd have to be careful of that one. But queen g8, I think, makes sense. Excuse me, guys. Hey, thanks for following. Imbo Ming. No, because the bishop remium will still be on the diagonal. So if we take here first, then the bishop still is always ready to come back. That's the issue. Now maybe we have some crazy f5 move here and like we win the piece anyway, but that's not really what we were after. But yeah, this could work actually. Yeah, funny enough, this could also work. But I think black can just take, and then maybe white has to give this check. Although still here white does have some compensation, big time, because king is very open and white has pawn for the exchange. So this, I would say, is one of the exceptions where white probably gets quite a bit of play for the exchange because king is very open. I'm trying so hard to sneeze again. Guys, Kasparov sneezed, okay? Let me just dispel all rumors. Kasparov did sneeze. Lots of people can attest to it. Dorfman, Belyavsky, Martinovich, Damjanovic, they all saw him sneeze, okay? Guys, go read Dorfman, okay? It's in his books. Kasparov was a sneezer. Yeah, Vitacha snitch. What do I recommend after learn chess the right way? You know, the Sarwan books could be good. Winning chess strategies, winning chess tactics. I think that's maybe a good series to go to from learn chess the right way. Hey, thanks, GB. Shout out to Toronto. Fair on me, if you're still in the chat, I want to say very well played attack here. I think this was just beautiful. Absolutely devastating. Let me know, Sean or Farron, if you guys have any more questions on this game. I mean, it's really hard to analyze these because they're so sharp, and yeah, I can only just give you some really basic impressions. But main takeaway would be spend more time again, and especially in the opening. Good guys, good. I'm glad. I'm glad it's helpful. After queen d2, you mean in the opening queen d2? Or is there a later queen d? Oh, this one, queen d2, h4, queen d2. Okay, there's a white to play here. That's what I'm hearing. There's a white to play. All right. Let's take a pause to solve this. Hey, see you, Sonic. Mm-hmm. Maybe, I don't know, my feeling is like bishop d3 is kind of a nice move, like blocking the queen, but I'm definitely not super thrilled about it. But yeah, I'm not sure. Knight g7 feels like a move too, but maybe king f8, black just moves. Could also start with rook f1 to set this one up. This would make a lot of sense too, rather than first giving the check and then going rook f1. Yeah, I'm definitely not seeing any huge ideas. My choice, either this one or this one. Rook f1 definitely feels very logical. Ooh, do we have time for knight g3, h5, f6? Maybe. It's not like black has a ton of stuff to do here. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like a very fun position for black. It does feel like white should be able to do a lot of stuff. Yeah, rook f1 I think, yeah, makes sense for sure. Might not be the engine choice, but yeah, this one certainly also makes sense. Hey, thanks for following, Joss. Thanks for following. Yeah, I don't know, Farron. I don't know. Oh, Kami says b3. Well, that's just the move. Why is that a winning idea? Yeah, like b3 looks good. Just securing the back rank. Idea is that now knight c4 is not hanging. Okay. So in the game we had this here. Knight c4 here. And so you're kind of setting this up. Fair enough. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't feel like a huge thing at first, but I guess here we didn't take because of knight f7, which looks pretty brutal. Okay, so it's this one, and then we're saying we have this threat, and then this, and knight c4. This one, Joss, I think hanging, or defended, I should say. Yeah, rook f1 definitely looks natural. Yeah, for sure. Well, tough position for black. I mean, what to do? What to do, right? Yeah. I do like this move just in spirit, like even if it didn't come, or a3 as well. Because I do feel like white's position here, you just have full compensation, right? Black's king is weak, so even if you just make a quiet move and like just improve your king and you don't get back rank mated, black automatically has like, yeah, less counterplay. Yeah. That's good, Shiny. That's good. Yeah, so even something like this, and then I just, yeah, I would take white here any day, of course. Okay, well, thanks, guys. Interesting game. Let's see, who do we got next? Logan Borgi. Are you still around? Logan Borgie. Scotch Prep. Maybe not here anymore. I think he was here earlier. Yeah, it's Race to GM, I think. Race to GM, where are we at? I guess they're not here. Okay. We move on. I think he was here earlier, but I guess he couldn't hang out. That's cool. Okay, Wrath of Gods. Are you still around? Wrath of Gods. Cool, cool. All right, let's take a look at this game. And what was your question on this one? Also, why did the game end so abruptly? Oh, the opponent had to go or something? Oh, I see. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, b5, rook c1, and then this is kind of when it ended. Okay, so looking for some insight how to choose between moves like a4, f3, d1. Yeah, it's not easy exactly. I feel like up to this point, seems like you've done everything very normal. Now black goes knight h5, knight d5, rook e8. e4, f c1. Okay, rook f c1 definitely feels incorrect here because it seems like there's going to be a lot of battle going on in the center. So there are lots of lines where the rooks go to like b1 and c1 in the Marazzi, but I don't think this is one of those positions. To me, it feels like you definitely want a rook on the c file. And then this rook maybe on the e file, maybe on the d file, maybe you're going to play f4 one day, you want it on the f file. So, yeah, in this case, rook fc1 doesn't feel right because it's not clear that you're going to get a ton of play with your rook on a1 or b1. But that's just kind of a small thing. I mean, in general, I don't really know how players choose moves here in this structure. Usually you just have an option, you have multiple good moves. Like king h1 feels like usually is going to be a reasonable move in these positions. Rook c1, rook d1. So, yeah. Usually we just have like a number of options from white's point of view, and you can kind of choose whichever one makes the most sense in the moment. Game started out as e4, c5, knight f3, d6. So it was neither a King's Indian nor a dragon. It was bishop b5 check Sicilian, where black eventually played g6. So more of a dragon structure that we ended up getting. Yeah. Yeah, Moscow variation, exactly. Now, of course, there are other setups. I feel like white can usually think about putting the bishop on e3 as well, and then maybe doing something like this. To me, this feels very natural because I do feel like the bishop kind of belongs on e3 in these positions. And then queen d2, castles, and again, one day maybe knight d5, and so on. So here I would say you can definitely still fight for a small advantage with white with the space, just as an option. But I don't know, b3 probably okay too. Yeah. Queen f4, queen d2, queen f6. And now, yeah, position got kind of messy here. We defended this guy, queen g5, king h1, b5. Then we played rook c1 here. Yeah, it definitely feels like white is doing very much okay here. Hey, thanks, Pravid. How's it going? Queen b6. Maybe. I'm not sure if I would be too scared here with white. Let's say king h1, because black is starting to take twice. I think queen f6 if knight g4, let's take a look. I think queen g5 is maybe the issue, and black is starting knight h3 check. I was wondering about that Jesse tweet. About that. Yeah, I see what you're saying about the gods. It does look a little loose to me as well. Though, the problem for black is like one day, d6 is going to be hanging. So I actually think it's not like their position is without risk here. Especially if you can maybe trade off the dark square bishop somewhere, like the d6 pawn could be really weak. So I actually think you did everything fine. Just the one move I would question is definitely rook fc1. I think I would go rook ac1, and then kind of put the other rook on the e or d files. But otherwise, I thought you played it quite reasonably. Again, I would suggest maybe thinking about developing the bishop to e3. might be a little bit different. But yeah, otherwise I thought you played it very, very straightforward manner. Yeah. No, I mean, rook AC1, I don't see any huge problems here for white. Yeah, but it kind of shows why the bishop is nice on E3. It like covers the F4 square in all these lines. Oh, so B5 was an issue after rook AC1. But why was this not an issue on rook FC1? Oh, E6. Well, I would think just, let's say, rook F D1. But what I don't get is you're saying B5 is a problem with rook AC1 specifically, but if B5 is an issue, why wasn't it an issue here? Like, why do you prefer to have rook on A1 versus F1 here? Oh, because of the bishop B5 thing? So your rook is not hanging on F1? So you want to just take here. Bishop takes. Gotcha. And you can play queen D2 without worrying about this rook on F1. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I would think on rook c1 and b5, I would just maybe play here. And I don't quite see what the big deal is, because if takes, knight takes, hits d6, and that kind of feels weak for black. So this seems okay. Maybe we have an even more useful move than this. Yeah. We can also, I mean, take here, right? I mean, if bishop takes b5, we have knight takes. And if bishop b2, we're just taking on c8 and knight takes d6. Is at least a pawn for white. So maybe we miscalculated something here, because this one just looks fine for white. Yeah. So kind of typical thing when we spend like a bunch of time in the middle game, we have no idea what to do, and I think we end up making all kinds of, let's say, evaluations that might not be like accurate. So what can I say, guys? These positions are hard. I feel like I haven't said anything useful in like 3 hours. These positions are difficult. That's my advice. Is knight d5 b4 good? It looked very natural to me. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's overextending. I mean, this is kind of the idea behind the Marazzis, to eventually start taking more space. And if your opponent is playing on the king side, like knight h5, I mean, it feels very principled to do this. We can think about other options here. Like, for example, putting a knight on e2 could also make sense. But as soon as you put a knight on e2, that makes it easier for black to play b5. And yeah, this one is kind of annoying. So I don't know. To me, knight d5 definitely feels very principled. Yeah, usually in the Marazzi, white is building up first, but yeah. Well, I don't know if it's no problems, but to me, yeah, in this position, rook c1 definitely feels, yeah, like it should be okay. It really should be. But I don't know. Always hard to judge. Hey, thanks Infernal Kush for the raid. Missed that. But much appreciated. Okay, do we still have Thorst in the chat? Oh, I see Thorst. Okay. Thorst, Thunder, you're up next. This is a game against Graham. Second ever classical game. Cool. Okay, I promise I'll go easy. But I'm gonna call it like it is. You watch me. I'm gonna say everything that I think is useful and kind and makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna speak the truth, as long as the truth is like helpful and friendly. Hey, Giant Slalom, 10 gifted subs. Man, you guys have been huge with the gifted subs today. Much appreciated. Really, guys, it's been awesome. Let's put in the game. Yeah, welcome to the dojo, everyone. Douglas, Blazero, charting trends. Okay, here we go. Now, Thorst, did you have any specific questions on this game that you wanted an answer on? First glance, honestly, it looks like a super solid game. But let me know if there was anything specific you were wondering about. Oh, you're wondering about your, okay, move knight takes e4 in the opening. All right, let's take a look. So we had a perk with d6, knight f6, bishop c4 castles, and then we played c6. So yeah, actually even here, I think after you castle and white castles, I think already here black can go ahead and take on e4. And this is a typical trick, not just in the perk, but in like e4, e5 positions and many other positions as well. And often it does give black a very, very satisfactory game, because you basically you get your piece back and you trade off some pieces, and the position gets a little bit opened up, which I think is to black's favor, because that's kind of what we want. Usually in the perk, we're lacking space, and if white played some move like, let's say, bishop d3 here, or bishop b3, we would kind of be lacking space. And so, not that it's of course fully playable position, black is fine, but we're a little passive. So when we have a chance to take on e4 and trade off some pieces and open things up, as long as material stays equal, this is often totally okay for black. And from here it's, let's see, you can follow up in different ways. So like knight c6 is certainly an option. We can also play knight d7 and bring the knight to f6. Or play knight d7, for example, and then c5 to break against white's center, I think would also make sense from here. Even c5 at this moment doesn't look too crazy, with the idea being that if white takes, you can usually just win back the pawn with queen c7. And not so easy for white to hold on to it with your pressure. So maybe this is what I would go for. c7, c5 takes, queen c7. Sure, I'll take a look, Graham. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, also another approach would be here, and then followed by this one anyway. Like c3, c5. But yeah, long story short, this is definitely a very reasonable idea, and that's why white actually needs to come up with a different kind of setup. Or what white often does is they play queen e2 to make sure that this isn't a problem. And then black has different ways here. Against this one, I actually think knight c6 or bishop g4 both are good. Maybe bishop g4 followed by knight c6. Maybe this one first. And you're trying to play bishop g4 here, and if h3, then e5, and you can equalize like this. Or d5, knight e7, and then you just get a very, very nice version of the King's Indian, where you can play for the kingside play. So yeah, and then in the game after c6, a4, takes d5, looks very similar. So the difference between the previous position and this one is that we have these two moves included. Not sure who it favors. I mean, c6 is kind of nice for the structure, like blunts white's bishop and then allows us to just develop. So bishop g4, c3, e5, okay. So e5 if takes, what was the plan here, Thorst? Queen takes and takes this one, something like this. Because here white kind of can force us to give up the bishop. And I'm not sure about this one actually. So this feels a little bit dangerous because as soon as the knight moves, the rook is going to come into like d7 and white has the two bishops and like bishop h6. This one might be a little tricky. So a5 might have been maybe too rash. Maybe just, or e5 might have been a little bit too quick. Maybe just knight d7. And then let's say, for example, h3 we take, queen takes, and now e5. Again, we gave up the two bishops, but I think we're kind of better mobilized here. So I would think that black's position is pretty solid here. Yeah. So maybe this one was slightly inaccurate, though not a huge thing. Definitely not a, I mean, given that this is only like your, like you said, your second classical game, like you're doing fine. You're doing absolutely fine. Yeah. Now you can definitely afford to spend more time on your moves. Like I'm seeing the move stamps and it's like, okay, you're spending like a minute, 2 minutes here. You definitely can spend more time than that, even in the opening if there's something to calculate and like you're not really sure what's going on. definitely we want to be spending more time because we might be seeing more options. But honestly, I feel like Thorst, you played this one absolutely fine. Okay, so we took here rook d1, knight a6, bishop f4, knight c5, takes, grab this pawn, bishop e3, knight e6. Okay, here Graham had a question whether they should have taken on d4. Right, so now black has snagged this pawn and white is trying to get some compensation for it. And the question is whether white should take and try to go after this knight. Something like queen e3. Definitely makes sense, right? Because how does black defend this guy? If black plays c5, then maybe you can take on b7. Okay, rook b8. So not so obvious that that's going to be so great for white. Well, in the game we played bishop c2, queen b6, rook a b1, black took on e3, and we ended up getting this endgame. But this one, Graham, definitely feels like really comfortable for black, right? So this is something I think white should try very hard to avoid, because this endgame, I think, very close to just losing. We're down a pawn, and we have like a lot of weaknesses in our position. So black has some like strategic advantages. The knight is very solid in the center. So like, yeah, this is definitely an endgame to be avoided. So just based on what happened in the game, it does feel like, well, we should have tried something different. Yeah, the endgame that we get here, I think, very comfortable for black. And I think Thorst played it really well. Just super solid, trading, not really giving white any chances, and just slowly improving. Just taking the time, grabs that pawn, and yeah, staying active. So that one was well played. And then, yeah, so the question for white would be how to avoid that fate. Because once you get into that endgame, it's like, it's just your opponent is playing for 2 results and not much you can do about it. So, yeah, one option would be to take. Another option would be maybe just to push a5. And the idea behind this move, let me flip the board, is just to create some tension with a6 and put some pressure. So of course black can play a6 and shut it down, but okay, then at least maybe we gain some scope for our pieces. So for example, a6, rook a4, and this bishop is pinned, right? It's in trouble. If c5, then b7 is hanging again. Yeah. Yeah, so that was kind of an interesting moment. But, well, let's see. So yeah, I mean, really the issue here, as we've seen in the other games, is just the time usage. You know, we have to spend more time, guys. Like, the way you find ideas is by spending more time. Like, my first idea in this position was not a5, right? I was just kind of looking at bishop d4 and like other stuff. You got to spend time to really explore a lot of options here, right? Because in the game, we end up getting this endgame with like, you know, an hour on our clock, right, as white. And like, yeah, it's basically just really bad endgame. So you don't need that extra time, right, to handle this position. So that time would have been better spent earlier avoiding this fate, right? So we should be spending much more time on these moves and looking for, yeah, other options. So that's, I think, the big takeaway for a lot of you guys, really, is just learning to spend more time, considering more options, and usually that leads to better play. Usually, you know, you consider more options, you might see some idea you didn't see before, and you end up playing it. Yeah. This game, both players rated around 1,000, I think. Yeah, we were looking at this. Takes queen e3, then black might have to play c5, and then if we take rook b8, it feels like black keeps at least some advantage. Though even though black is up a pawn here, I would say this is definitely not super clear, because it's just one pawn, and it's like this c pawn is like this extra pawn. It is pretty weak. Like white can hope to attack it. We got to make sure not to blunder like knight e2 check and stuff. But yeah, definitely I think actually white has very good holding chances here. Compared to the endgame, I think this is a dream for white because we don't have as many weaknesses. Black's extra pawn is kind of weak, whereas in the endgame, black's extra pawn is very solid here. Like white has nothing to attack. So this I think makes a big difference in the evaluation. Phil, knight c2 doesn't quite work because white can also take here, or maybe just take first, and then rook d8. How about b4 after c5? Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, see, like I didn't even consider this one at first, but once we spend some time thinking about it, like, oh yeah, actually b4 is really annoying for black. So this definitely, yeah, this looks. Now I think black has to be careful. Like now it feels like black's position is under huge pressure. So b4 is a very, very good find. Yeah, all of a sudden it's really annoying. Black has to think about just unpinning and hoping for the best. But yeah, so Graham, definitely there's your answer. Takes queen e3, and then c5, b4. Super strong. Hey, what's up, 2Times? Well, I'm just streaming, then playing Vegas in just under a month. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and then again, I would say the endgame was well played. Maybe we pushed f5 a little too early, you know, kind of walking into bishop b3. We don't always want to just let our pieces get pinned like this, although I would say it's probably not a big deal here. Yeah, very small gripe. For the most part, Thorst, I think the game was really well played. Yeah. But okay, guys, try to spend more time. Try to spend more time. That goes for everyone. Just try to spend more time. Get some more options in the position that you can consider. I think that's the way. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. We've been streaming for quite some time. But I think we'll keep it going at least a little bit longer. Yeah, absolutely, guys. So let me find a live game for y'all to watch. Or is everyone just watching the NBA? Is that what's happening? Oh, Lev Altunian. I know him. He's a very nice guy. I think living in Arizona. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back. Hey, Chesweeb, with the raid. Perfect timing. We are just going on break. Thanks, guys, for the raid. I assume it was Dennis streaming. Doing good, doing good. Welcome all the raiders. we're just taking a quick break, watching some Blitz games here. I'm going to be back in just a few minutes for more educational chess content. You are watching Chess Dojo Live, brought to you by Chipotle. Get your burritos fresh. And Subway, when you're not in the mood for Chipotle. Okay, guys, I'll be back. See y'all in a bit. Hey, thanks 2 times. Thanks for the tip. I will be back, and then maybe we'll do more game analysis. But if you want to submit a game, send it to me on Discord. Oh, this game's over. Let me find a new game. All right, guys, back in a sec. Alrighty, guys, where we at? Hey, we're back, guys. We're back. Welcome back to Dojo. You are watching Chess Dojo Live. Okay. Someone asked for a game. 2Dimes, are you still around? Be happy to take a quick look. If you can send me the game in Discord or something. Yeah, send in the game. I'd be happy to give you my my thoughts on it. Nice, Savage, nice. Hey, getting another raid from GM Tranquilizer. Thanks very much. Let me give you a shout out. Welcome, guys, to the dojo. Just doing some game analysis here. Yeah, thanks very much. Welcome, welcome. We are nice. Yeah, we are nice here. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just waiting on a game from 2Dimes. Hopefully we'll be able to send the game in soon, or the link. Buzzed on coffee. Oh, guys, don't even get us started on the music. The music has been big controversy today. Big controversy. We lost a loyal viewer that doesn't watch at all, actually, because of the music. But we lost them. They won't be watching anymore of the channel that they already don't watch. I do hike a little bit. 2Dimes, I actually can't see the link because the links are blocked out. But if you can whisper it to Chess Dojo Live on Twitch or send it to me in Discord, I can get it that way. Sorry, I still can't see the link. You gotta whisper it. So whisper by clicking on profile name. And there should, or right clicking maybe, right clicking. Yeah, guys, I'll try to get through as many games as I can. No promises, because there have been a lot of games submitted. But I do want to help out 2Dimes here. So yeah, we'll be continuing soon. Here, 2Dimes, I will whisper you, and then hopefully you can put it there. Alright, I just sent you a whisper, so hopefully something showed up in your Twitch, and then you can send me the link there. Yeah, in the meantime, question from Arsenal fan. Okay. Do I have any advice on how to understand my own requirements for opening repertoire and when to change it? Yeah, you got to be happy with the positions you're getting. If you're not happy with the positions you're getting out of the opening, then you got to change it up. Actually, I think, yeah, we had a lesson the other day with, I think it was Thor Biddles, and yeah, my main advice to him was like, you got to find openings where like you're happy with the positions you're getting. Oh yeah, no worries, Paul. No worries. I will try to get to it if I can. Okay, got the link from 2dimes. All right, let's take a look. Yes, ultimately, I think choosing your lines in the opening is just about finding positions that you like and that you can play. Because ultimately, they're all going to be approximately equal. It's just a matter of whether you're happy with the positions you're getting. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so 2dimes. Let me know if you have any. Whoops. Let me know if you have any specific questions about this game. Otherwise, I'll just play through it. Okay, looks like we played the old E6 B6, kind of French-like repertoire. F6. Hey, GFX, new chicken. Thanks for following. Okay, Queen E7. We castled queenside. E6. We took this one. G5. We took the bishop. That looks good. No, I think you played it really well. First glance. So Terzian didn't know how to checkmate. Okay, we'll take a look. Yeah, I think you played the opening and middle game very well. I mean, okay, it's not the best opening, right? Let's be honest. It's not the best opening because you're not really fighting for the center in a direct manner. I don't like E5 here for white as well. I think that's advancing too quickly. And then once we get D5 in, basically we get like type of a French defense, right? Where bishop on B7 is kind of passive. But that said, castling queenside, I think this was totally good. I think A6 is good. And then on A3, taking on C3, that's definitely a good decision to leave white with these weak pawns. And then I really like G5, going for the kingside attack. I think that's just a good move. I'm not sure what your follow-up was on bishop G3, but yeah, we have a couple ideas here. Maybe G4, maybe H6. So, but we took this one, gives you the piece, you grab it, and now we're up a piece. So now I assume, yeah, we're just crushing here. So hopefully here you are feeling really good about the game. Okay, and from here it's a matter of technique. So we're just trying to like use our extra material and win the game. So we play queen f7, which I think is totally fine. Trying to trade queens, we go for the endgame. Now we have extra piece. So as more and more stuff comes off, the extra piece becomes more and more valuable. All right, so we gave check, took on d4, should b5, takes. Yeah, now we got two pieces. And then this looks great, looks good, looks good. I think you did everything totally fine. I mean, just first glance, I don't think you did anything wrong. I mean, maybe you didn't win in the fastest possible way, but that's not really a big deal. Like, as long as you keep a winning advantage and you don't give your opponent any chances, like, a win is a win. So if it takes you 10 moves, but it should have taken you 5 moves or like whatever, like that's honestly not a big deal. Or if it takes you 20 moves and you could have won in like 3 moves, yeah, not a huge deal. We can talk about, let's say, the most efficient way to win this position. And I think you kind of have it here, just using your pawns, right? So here you probably could have just promoted this one, I think, right away. Let's say e3 would have been maybe the most direct way to win. If the king goes back to the back rank, then, okay, we do have checkmate possibility. But let's say king comes up, then I would say just advance your pawn and try to promote it. King d2, maybe this one, maybe this one. Basically just trying to promote the pawn. Yeah. Now, if you're asking like how to checkmate with the rook and 2 pieces, it's really not that easy. Like, it can be done, but in general, what strong players want to do in the endgame is just get a new queen. Once you get a new queen, the game is just over, right? It's like very easy to set up mate, and I think you kind of saw that. So here, okay, we missed mate in 1. This is okay, a good pattern to know. Like when the king is on the back rank, it's if you have all these squares covered, all right, that the king can escape to, then it's kind of like natural checkmate. But this one I think is totally fine. You promote your queen, and now I would say it's just all about giving checks. So here, queen f1, okay, I think maybe we panicked a little bit. Let me see how much time we have. Not a lot of time, right? Like we're down to 25 seconds. Yeah, not a lot of time. Okay, in general, you know, good advice is you want to kind of stick to checks. Checks are often going to be very safe for you and cause problems for the king. Now the king has to like hang on to the rook, and again checks, and it's kind of all over. So I guess maybe the best advice I can give is like when in doubt, when you have low time, try to give a lot of checks. But I think the way you did it, like, you know, setting up this kind of checkmate on the back rank, totally fine. Of course, we had many different ways of doing it, but yeah. I mean, when we're super low on time, you know, it's very difficult to play accurately. So I wouldn't be too hard on yourself about that. Yeah, no, bro. I think you played a great game. I mean, even if you were like twice your rating, I would still say you played like a really good game. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I had more feedback for you. But I think you did everything good. Okay, here, actually, wait. This could be one moment where maybe actually I can give you something instructive. When you're using your rook in the endgame, if you have a choice, you generally want to cut the king on the back rank, because that does make it easier to then mate the king and dominate the king in the future. Here we gave check, and the king kind of comes out, and it's a little bit harder to checkmate. Now the king has more squares. So maybe this is one moment where, like, yeah, my instincts would say play rook f2, and then you can bring the knight back in, and you can run your e-pawn down the board very easily, and just win with the pawn. So maybe that would be the big lesson here, is like look for opportunities to cut the king off on the back rank, because then the king is just totally dominated, and yeah, it makes it easier for you to do whatever you want. Yeah, absolutely. Hope that was helpful. If I could have the legacy of any world champion, who would I take? Who has the best legacy? Dude, Vichy's pretty good. Everyone loves Vichy. Because Vichy, I mean, he's like 5-time world champion. Like, no one has a bad thing to say about, like, literally no one has a bad thing to say about Vichy. Hey, thanks, Seth, for the gifted sub. Yeah, gifted subs have been huge today, guys. Much appreciated. Yeah, probably not Fisher or like Alakine. It's just probably not those two. Chess-wise, of course, Fisher has a fantastic legacy, but the other stuff maybe not so impressive. Yeah, everyone loves Vichy. I mean, hard to beat Vichy. I mean, Tall is kind of an honest answer as well. Like Tall has, I mean, he's kind of like everyone's favorite. He's like the brightest star. So he has a pretty cool legacy. Kappa. Why choose Kappa? What is it about Kappa's legacy? Yeah, Alakine has some like demons in his closet or something. Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Seth. Another gifted sub. Awesome. Yeah, Capablanca really, I mean, he also had some of the most instructive games ever. Like, I think he's a player everyone should study. 2 dimes with a gifted sub. Yeah, much appreciated, guys. Thank you so much. All right, let's keep it going. Let me check my list here. Oh, cool, Michael Bondi, I got your message. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, next one. Next game I got from Hulvard Guild. Are you still in the chat? Against JB or Mod. Chestock, sorry, there is a line, and I do want to respect the folks that have been waiting the longest. So there is a order I'm following, right? I see who sent me the games first, so I am trying to pay respect to that. But if I don't get time to your game, David's going to be doing more postmortem tonight at 9 p.m. So there will be time. There will be, yeah, and I'll be doing this in the future as well. So don't worry about it. You can always come and remind me and be like, hey, you didn't get to my game last time. Okay, Hull Guild is here. Good. Okay, and I see you annotated the game. That's awesome. So let me know if you had any specific questions on this one. I see it's a King's Indian, so points for that. So E5, D5. Knight A6. Yeah, so you're right that you should start with A5, 100%. When white is committing D5, a lot of times black starts with A5 to carve out space, and then Knight A6, Knight C5. Same thing happens in like the French. And when I say French, what I mean is the Sicilian, where in the Grand Prix attack, let's just say this position. I've played this line a couple times where I go Knight F6 here, and then on E5 I'll drop back Knight G8. And then black's idea is to then play H5 and again carve out the space for the knight to come to F5. So same exact thing. I mean, it is kind of a French, that's why I said French, because this idea comes from the French defense as well. So Yeah, this is a good one to kind of remember for King's Indian players and French players as well. And yeah, black, basically you get your play here. You get your kingside counterattack. Yeah. Actually, let me switch it up. Yeah, so knight a6, white goes a3. And now, I mean, here's the thing. You can still go knight c5. So this is the thing I would point out for you, is that knight c5 hits the e-pawn. And so on b4, you're just taking. So white would have to spend the tempo defending this one. And then you can use this tempo to play a5 anyway and secure your knight, because now there's no b4 because the rook is hanging. And if white doesn't play b3 here, if they play like castles, for example, then I would advise you to go ahead and push a4 and kind of fix this weakness. And you have like knight b3 ideas, and you can support this pawn with bishop d7 and queen e8 if you need. And you fix this weakness on b3. Oh, and a good trick to know for black in these positions is, let's say white does play b3. And we play something like, I don't know, h6, castles, let's say b6. If white goes rook b1, trying to push b4, and black often has this idea, with the point that bishop comes to f5, and rook on b1 is hanging. So this is a really good trick to know. Like in the classical Sicilian earlier, we were looking at the knight takes c4 trick. This is another trick, very good to know for black in these positions, whenever this rook is hanging on b1. But yeah, main point here is that you got the tempo on the e4 pawn, so that gives you time to play a5 and get your setup. So what white should have done against knight a6 is play queen c2, defending the pawn in advance, so that on knight c5, then white can just hit you with b4, and you have nothing to do but to go back. So that would be the problem for black. So queen c2 would have been the move that kind of kills it. a3, yeah, we still actually could have played knight c5 and b4. Hey, we got a raid from Tadev. Hey, what's up, Tadev? Thanks so much. Welcome, guys, welcome. Just analyzing some games here. Yeah, welcome, guys, welcome. So hopefully that makes sense on this last little point, that yeah, black does want to play knight c5 and a5. Yeah, shout out to Tadev. Actually, oh, I didn't give you a shout out. But yeah, you guys should go follow Tadev's channel if you haven't already. And welcome all the raiders who just came over. This is Dojo. We try to keep it like pretty educational here, so we do a lot of like game analysis and viewer games and stuff like that. So yeah, welcome. Thanks for following. So a3, you push c6, castles knight c5, bishop g5, queen c7. So yeah, here we unpin very quickly, but this is not a huge concern for us. there's like not really a ton that white can really do to you here. So again, I would suggest maybe this move a5, right? Just trying to play against b4. Although now that the rook is defended, b4 maybe is still possible. Now look, one move that I think is not good here, at least we got to be very careful about, is c6. Because with c6, we're kind of starting to play on the queen side. And if we're looking for a king side attacking position like we usually want in the King's Indian, c6 doesn't usually bode well with that. You can play c5 and try to keep it closed, but if we ever take here, all we're doing is kind of opening the c file for white's benefit. So we have to be very careful about playing this move in positions where, let's say, both sides are castled king side. If white is castled queen side, then yeah, definitely you want to go c6 and open up the queen side. But if white is castling king side, then we might just be opening up the queen side for white's benefit. So we got to be very careful about doing this one. Okay, so queen c7, queen c2. Ooh, then we took here. Okay, let's see what happens. Bishop f5. But knight takes f6. White unpins with check. I see. So it looks like this was just a tactical idea that was not working for us. Wow, so white got the extra piece, and then somehow black won this one. Wow. Oh boy. Well, what happened to white's rook? And this one is hanging too. Oh man, a lot going on in this game. A lot going on in this game. Yeah, unfortunately, I think white probably a little bit misguided this rook h4. I think here, like, we have, you know, extra piece. Probably we should just keep things in the center. And it's not that easy to win this position still, because it's like black does have some play. But yeah, should be good for white. I mean, ultimately, a piece is a piece. But okay, this stuff happens. I mean, this is these kinds of turnarounds are quite typical. What can you say? Yeah, let me know, Halbert, if you had any remaining questions. The main thing I would say is actually about the opening here. We want to be a little bit careful, but yeah, if we can get knight c5 and a5 in, then we would like to do that. And here the important point again, that we're hitting e4. And then yeah, as far as the tactic is concerned, right, we have to calculate these very quickly, or very carefully, I should say, because of course if white can just unpin with tempo or go bishop d3, yeah, and then take on f6, and we have some issues here as black, so we really have to calculate this one very precisely. By the way, the last thing I would suggest against bishop g5, if the pin is bothering you, then play h6. Because this is the most forcing way of actually dealing with the pin. And if the bishop drops back, then yeah, you can play g5 here and take this pawn on e4. That is a pawn you can grab, right? Because the bishop is pinning you. So that means on h6, white would have to probably give up the bishop if they want to avoid losing this pawn. And then you got the dark squared bishop, and then you're absolutely happy about that. It's kind of like an unopposed piece, and then the plan is you drop back and you play for f5. So a few things. Okay, number one, we want to get a5 in. Number two, we don't want to play c6 in general if the plan is to eventually play for the kingside attack. c6 is not usually in line with that plan. And lastly, against this bishop on g5, look for ideas of kicking it with h6, because if the bishop is pinning you, then you break the pin, you take on e4, and that's game over. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I hope that helps. A5 doesn't always prevent b4. We were just talking about in, for example, this position, a5 prevents it, or even earlier in the opening, like usually black plays a5 immediately in response to d5. Like d5, when white closes the position, this one is typically met with a5 and then knight a6. A similar line in the fianchetto King's Indian as well, that I like to play here. e5, d5, knight b8, and then black's next move is a5, and then the knight comes out to a6 again. Hey, what's up, chess gamer? Yeah. But in other cases, all a5 does is it kind of just discourages b4. So yeah, white could still play it, but then has to like trade off pair of rooks. And then we often get this like knight b3, knight d4 idea, which might work. Or the knight can just drop back. Hey, what's up, Chess Brainiac? How's it going? How's it going, everyone? Yeah, like maybe there's this idea, for example, just something to look for. I think it's working. Is this working, guys? Can someone Blender check this for me, please? Oh, queen g7. Damn. Oh no, here we still have this one. So we're okay. Well, if bishop takes d8, then bishop takes d4. Yeah. Typical trick. Yeah, it looks like it's working for black here. Yeah. Although there was other moves, like knight d5 was a move here, which actually maybe makes more sense to grab this pawn. So yeah, we always look for these tactics when there's a bishop hanging. Okay, well, hopefully that helps. Halvard, thanks for the game. Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna probably wrap it up there on the game analysis. It's been just like 5 hours. Yeah, a little bit longer than I was kind of expecting to do, but that's cool. That's cool. You know, that was my choice. If I didn't get to your game, I'm sorry. But David will be around at 9 p.m. for more Postmortem. So that's, you only have to wait like 3 hours, you know. That's like 2 movies, you know, maximum. 1 Lord of the Rings movie, right, until that happens. And then I'll be back sometime tomorrow or like next couple of days, probably do another one of these soon. Because I really like the classical event, and I love that you guys get to play 90 plus 30 games. So yeah, whatever I can do to make the experience more lucrative for you guys, I'm happy to do it. I don't think this stream was scheduled. No, I don't think so. Because I don't always know when I'm going to be able to come on. So yeah, sorry. But I will be back tomorrow for sure for Dojo Talks, guys. We're doing Dojo Talks Etiquette, which is our podcast. And we're going to be discussing chess etiquette tomorrow, like over the board etiquette. So we're going to talk about stuff like whether you should eat at the board and like draw offers and that kind of thing. So that'll be fun. Hopefully that'll be with Jesse and David tomorrow. I think that's scheduled for tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time, if I'm not mistaken. So that'll be fun. So we'll be talking etiquette. Don't eat at the board, don't offer a draw. Yeah, it's probably a preview of what David is gonna say. But yeah, I think it'll be a good talk. We asked for some suggestions on Twitter, and people had some questions. Yeah, we might talk about like making faces or like talking to other people and things like that. So yeah, I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good. Yeah, guys. I mean, just to long story short, please don't eat at the board. It is very this. I don't like it. I can tell you, I don't like it. If you're gonna eat, just eat away from the board. I mean, on your opponent's turn. If it's your move, I actually don't mind if you're eating, because I'll just get up from the board myself if I have to. But yeah, on your opponent's turn, oh my god, if you're eating on my turn, that's it. That's it. We will never be friends. That's it. That's it for our relationship. Yeah, no, eating is allowed. Yeah, I mean, there's no rules against it. I mean, eating is, I think, a good thing. Like, you do need your energy, and definitely makes sense to have a snack during the game. But just eat it away from the board. Bring in a little bag, and then when you want to eat it, get up from the board and go eat it over there. It's easy. Easy. Oh, interesting, cheesy. Now that might be a COVID thing, because normally eating is allowed in tournaments and there's not like such a big deal about it. But that might be a COVID thing, because I would imagine they wanted everyone to wear masks as well if they were playing indoors. Did I ever analyze my game against Gosden from the Spice Cup? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was the first round when I played in 2019. I remember that game. I remember that game very clearly. Actually, it was an interesting game. Yeah. So I think that's a COVID thing, cheesy. Thanks for the follows, guys. Uncle Emmanuel and Joda Green, much appreciated. Sorry. Dude, the worst thing is when it's like a spectator is like eating something and they're like literally like right behind you, and you can just hear them like on the inside of your ear. And you're just like bro, I will kill you. Like that's kind of what I'm thinking. If there's someone just like right. I'll never forget, actually, I was playing a Grandmaster and we were in like really like tense situation, and for whatever, and I'm like winning the game, so he's like losing, he's just like full head in his hands, right? Like he hates his life. And then there's some spectator like 2 feet away from him, like jiggling their coins in their pocket. It's like so audible. It's like jiggling. He finally like turns to him and he's like, "Sir, can you please stop jiggling the coins?" He was really respectful. He said, "Sir." But it was clearly just like driving him insane. So yeah, guys, try to be a little mindful. Yeah. Oh my god, if it was Kasparov, the guy would blow a gasket. Yeah, he would absolutely. No, he wouldn't even say anything. He would just look at the arbiter and be like, "What is this? Like, are you seeing, like, what is this?" He would just look at it. Man, yeah, smoking used to be allowed indoors, huh? That was crazy. Yikes. I cannot believe they used to blow smoke in people's faces. Like, I still don't fully believe that, like, that's a thing they would do. Like, with Tall and in that era. Does anyone know anything? Like, they really, like, blow smoke in each other's faces. Like, I mean, that's just, like, crazy. There's this anecdote. I never found out if it's actually true, where Botvinnik would train for his match. I think it was with Tall, by getting his second to, like, blow smoke at his face while they were training to kind of recreate the situation. Yeah, thankfully I never had to deal with that. I did have to deal with one guy who just had, oh man, the worst, like, smoker's breath. I don't think he was doing anything intentionally, but his breath was like, it definitely disturbed me during the game. Yeah, so Tall would chain smoke. Yeah, that makes sense. Coffee breath is almost just as bad. I'm with you, Bob Dole. I'm with you. Yeah. Sorry, Far Eastern. We're actually, kind of wrapping it up, so I won't be looking at any more games today. But David will be in just a couple of hours. Yeah, 2 hours and 50 minutes before David's postmortem show. So basically, like, you can watch, like, most of a Lord of the Rings movie. You can watch, like, 90% of, like, a Lord of the Rings movie. Or one of, like, the later Harry Potter movies. And, yeah, you'll be back in time. Yeah, smoking's still allowed at the top events. Or there's usually, like, a smoking area. I believe David will be streaming today at tonight at 9 p.m. Yeah. Let me actually let me watch some games here. Okay, any other questions, guys, you're wondering on the etiquette that maybe we should talk about tomorrow? Any other etiquette questions on your minds while I'm here? Oh, real quick, guys, one thing I should plug again is our new verified group. If you want to play against other verified members that are signing up under their real name, you can check out that Patreon post I just linked in the chat. Basically, you sign up on the Google form, and then you join or you request access to join our chess.com club. And as long as your info all checks out, you can join. And we're going to be having our first verified section in our weekly Rapid tournament tomorrow. So we're going to be doing our weekly Rapid tournament tomorrow at 10 a.m. And I think for the first time, there's going to be a verified section. So if you signed up for that chess.com club, you can play in the verified group, and hopefully it's a little bit better in terms of, like, the cheating issue, because everyone there has had an account for quite some time. No, there's no more smoking indoors at chess tournaments, but they are allowed to smoke outdoors, I think, or there's usually a designated area outside. Ever play against someone that slammed pieces? Yeah, for sure. It's kind of annoying, but I mean, ultimately, if it's disturbing, you should just talk to the arbiter. That's what I would say. And if it's not disturbing, then yeah, you can just ignore it. People have cheated, Bob Dole, in our events, like our open tournaments. I mean, our tournaments are normally open to anyone, so definitely has happened. Seth, if you're in the chess.com group, then you're good. If not, then you should request access to join the chess.com group. So there should be a link in that Patreon post or on the Google form to join the verified group on chess.com. So that's what you do after you fill out the form, guys. So if you want to sign up, you first fill out the form, then request access to join the chess.com group. And then once I verify your info, then I'll enter you in. And once you're in the chess.com group, then you're all set. You'll see the tournaments and live chess and stuff. Yeah. What to do when someone else has bad etiquette? Yeah, I guess we'll definitely talk about that tomorrow. My feeling is like you should just talk to the arbiter if it's really bothering you. You're allowed to say check out loud, although it is a little condescending, depending on the strength of your opponent. It's so funny at a certain range. It's like it switches over from being polite to announce check to being rude. I'm not sure exactly what the threshold is. My guess is somewhere around 1,000. Like if you're under 1,000, it might be helpful to say check to your opponent, and then if you're above 1,000, then you might want to they can probably handle it. Yeah, that's totally fine, Bob. Totally fine. Oh, this game's over. Oh, we got another one. Alright guys, I think I'm going to wrap up the stream there. Like I mentioned, David will be around at 9 p.m. Pacific tonight for a more postmortem. So if you didn't get a chance to get your game analyzed, you can submit it to him then. Oh, in Norway, saying check would be disturbing. Wow, there you go. That's interesting. Yeah, thanks guys. I will catch you all next time. Thanks to everyone who rated and followed and subbed and gifted sub. It was an awesome day in terms of the support. So much appreciated, everyone. Hopefully you found the stream useful. Yeah, thanks. Hopefully you guys have a good rest of your weekend too. And I'll see you guys back tomorrow for Dojo Talks etiquette. That'll be fun. Yeah, we'll definitely rate someone. Let's see. We got a bunch of rates, so we got to keep it going. Maybe we'll rate oh, let's rate Chess Lifestyle, guys. If you haven't followed Chess Lifestyle, they are a smaller team, I think, of streamers, but they're a good group of guys. I don't know how many it is now, 2, 3. I feel like they have multiple people on their channel, but they're English folk, English people. Anyway, they're good people, guys. Go give them a follow. Go tell them Dojo said hello. And yeah, I'll catch you guys next time. Yeah, they are educational stream. So it looks like they are studying some checkmate patterns right now. And yeah, you got banned from I'm sorry, buddy. All right, take care, guys. See y'all later.